Chapter 1508. A Nirvana realm martial artist condensing a primordial spirit. If this news spread out, many people would be envious, shocked, and jealous. No one had ever heard of such a thing since ancient times. Chumu had done it. However, it was not his own doing. It was an accident, a kind of accident. An extraordinarily strong soul, a solid foundation. All kinds of strange phenomena when breaking through. The terrifying evil spirit accumulated in the ancient sacred city for countless years. The eternal sword will to guard his consciousness, and the determination and courage to cut off all means of retreat. Without any of these conditions, he would not be able to awaken more dormant soul power. Without enough active soul power, he would not be able to condense a primordial spirit. At this point, the 9th Nirvana realm was truly completed. With a move of his mind, a power that was different from the divine sense, but more powerful than the divine sense, instantly spread out from his primordial spirit. In an instant, it spread out of his body and covered the entire basement. This kind of power that was superior to the divine sense was the power of the divine sense. Compared to the power of divine remembrance, the power of divine soul gave birth to a lot more. His senses were much clearer, and his range had increased from the original 10 meters to 100 meters. Chu Mu's sixth sense had also improved and sharpened due to the condensation of his primordial spirit. The power of the divine sense swept out, and Chu Mu caught 2 great, tormented spirits that had broken dozens of seals. One was a python great, tormented spirit, and the other was a headless, great, tormented spirit. Both of them were emitting a terrifying power that had reached the level of a 3-star martial saint. Just right. I'll use you guys to test my current strength. Chu Mu thought to himself. At the peak of the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, he was able to kill a 2-star martial saint. His cultivation had broken through to the 9th sky of Nirvana realm, which was 10 times stronger. With the condensation of his primordial spirit, his control and application of power had been further enhanced. With 2 swords in his hands, Chu Mu could divide his mind into 2 parts. It was easier for him to lock onto the 2 great, tormented spirits. Under the attacks of the 2 great, tormented spirits, the great, tormented spirits broke through layers of seals and rushed towards Chu Mu from the front and the top. The strong vitality made the 2 great, tormented spirits restless, and their speed kept increasing. Chu Mu didn't attack immediately. He was seizing the time to familiarize himself with the new power and the power of his divine soul. He was also waiting for the right time to attack at the most suitable distance to wound or even kill the 2 great, tormented spirits. They were getting closer and closer. With every breath that passed, the power became more familiar. It flowed through his body and condensed. The 2 swords faintly shone with a light, their sharpness unstoppable. The faint sword chime was crisp and melodious. The 2 great tormented souls were locked onto by Chu Mu. It was time to strike. The cloud-piercing sword style and the god-slaying sword style. The cloud-piercing sword style pierced through the clouds and broke the moon, piercing through the python's tormented soul. The god-slaying sword style cut through gods and ghosts, slaying the headless, tormented soul. The 2 swords struck out at the same time. Under the 2 sword moves, the 2 great, tormented souls were immediately injured. They let out sharp howls that were extremely terrifying. With a move, Chu Mu attacked the python's tormented soul. The afterimages were shattered by the headless, tormented spirit. Close combat, bending, dodging, attacking. Both swords danced wildly. The sword light was violent, and each strike was deadly. The eternal sword intent, the true meaning, the sword origin, and the physical strength were even more powerful. The python's tormented soul fought back with all its might. What it shattered were the afterimages of Chu Mu's sword chi. With his primordial spirit condensed, his 6 senses were raised to a new level, and his sword was further improved. This allowed Chu Mu to more accurately judge the opponent's attack intent and respond accordingly. The python's power was extremely terrifying. With one attack, the entire basement shook and the hard ground cracked. However, it couldn't hit its target. No matter how powerful it was useless. Under Chumu's two swords, the python's tormented soul was constantly injured. Its evil chi was constantly dissipating, and its power was getting weaker. At this time, the headless, tormented spirit approached. It raised its huge fists and blasted out rapidly. The terrible wind pressure almost suffocated Chumu. It was 1 against 2, but the python's tormented soul was basically half dead. It was not much of a threat to Chumu. However, as long as it was not completely defeated, it would recover on its own. While dodging the headless, tormented spirit's violent attacks, he attacked the python's tormented soul. Under the two swords, the python's tormented soul was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a tormented soul crystal. "Have fun," Chumu said softly. The afterimages of sword chi were shattered by the headless, tormented spirit's fists. The terrible fist wind broke the remaining seal and bombarded the wall, making a shocking sound. Without fear, the two swords flashed and slashed at the headless, tormented spirit. This headless, tormented spirit seemed to be more powerful than the pythons and more difficult to deal with. However, it was still at the early 3-star saint level. In a one-on-one battle, Chumu was confident that he would not be weaker than it. With the condensed primordial spirit and perfect control of power, Chumu's every attack was condensed with power and did not leak a bit. Under such an attack, it did not cause any damage to the surroundings. On the contrary, the headless, tormented spirit's punches could not hit Chumu. Instead, it would hit the ground, wall, or roof. Through the battle with the headless, tormented spirit, Chumu further familiarized himself with his power, his primordial spirit, and the power of the divine soul. The battle is over. As soon as his voice fell, more powerful power condensed on the two swords. In an instant, the swords were like thunder, light and darkness. The headless, tormented spirit was killed. Putting away the tormented spirit crystal, Chumu quickly rushed to the exit because the basement had become dilapidated and seemed to be about to collapse. If I wanted to kill these two great, tormented spirits before the breakthrough, I would have to perform the descent of the sword god and the divine wilderness returning to origin. After the breakthrough, although my strength did not increase by 100 times, it is more than 10 times. The improvement of his cultivation was 10 times. With the condensed primordial spirit, the power of the divine soul, and the comprehension of the true meaning of slashing, Chumu's attack power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Rushing out of the basement, there were still many tormented spirits outside. Sensing Chumu's vitality, more than a dozen great, tormented spirits surrounded Chumu and attacked him, trying to suck his vitality. However, these great tormented spirits were not as powerful as the python's great tormented spirit. They were only equivalent to the 2-star saint level. After the improvement of his strength, Chumu had an easier time dealing with them. He slashed with both swords continuously and was invincible. It was almost one strike for one tormented spirit. Killing, 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 killing. He defeated them and obtained the tormented spirit crystal. The great tormented spirits were no match for him, not to mention the small tormented spirits. Soon, more than 100 tormented spirits were killed by Chumu's sword. More than 100 tormented spirit crystals were obtained. So powerful! What a terrifying strength! Is this the strength of a 9th sky of Nirvana realm? I'm afraid that even a low-level saint-level expert would not be able to do so. Don't mess with him. The scene of Chumu killing more than 100 tormented spirits was witnessed by some people from afar. They were shocked. However, because of the distance, they could only see his silhouette and could not see his face clearly. After killing more than 100 tormented spirits, Chumu put away the tormented spirit crystals. After the Nirvana realm of soul and the condensed primordial spirit, the murderous aura in the great tormented spirit crystals could no longer affect Chu Mu's mind. With these tormented spirit crystals, it should be enough to refine the imperishable sword into a spiritual sword. Chu Mu thought to himself, the so-called spiritual sword was a sword that was superior to the heaven-piercing sacred sword. It was a sword that had spirituality. It was not easy to refine a spiritual sword, and the success rate was extremely low. It even depended on luck. Most of the sword cultivators refined the heaven-piercing sacred sword and nurtured it through their own efforts. In the end, they obtained an opportunity to evolve it into a spiritual sword. In the deep blue world, most of the swords used by saint-level experts were heaven-piercing sacred swords. There were fewer spiritual swords. Not everyone could use a spiritual sword. The way of heaven was fair. The more outstanding one's ability was, the more powerful one's strength was. To control a spiritual sword, one needed to have the ability to control the spiritual sword. In other words, one had to have a primordial spirit to bear the burden and refine the spiritual sword. Otherwise, one would be devoured by the spiritual sword's power. Chu Mu did not have such concerns. The imperishable sword was planted by the God Wilderness Seed Sword art. From the beginning, it was connected to Chu Mu's bloodline and grew in his body. Even if he had not advanced to the eternal realm, as long as there was enough negative chi, he could refine the imperishable sword into a spiritual sword and control it. Needless to say, now that his primordial spirit had condensed, he could even control other spiritual swords. With a rumble, the ground shook slightly. The basement collapsed. Chu Mu's body moved. His cultivation level had broken through, and his speed was even faster. He quickly left while taking out the great, tormented spirit crystal and absorbing the evil chi within for the imperishable sword to absorb. The great, tormented spirit crystal was equivalent to a 10,000-year evil chi crystal. It was extremely terrifying. When it entered Chu Mu's body, it still made him feel cold. Not long after Chu Mu left, there were still people who could not hold back their curiosity and came to the place where Chu Mu had broken through. This chi, it's a sword cultivator. Terrifying sword essence. Although it's not very powerful, it's very high-end. I don't know what sword essence it is, but it has an eternal and indestructible sword essence. The evil chi within the great, tormented spirit crystal was completely absorbed by the imperishable sword. Chu Mu could feel the joy from the imperishable sword. He took out another great, tormented spirit crystal and continued to let the imperishable sword absorb. A piece of tormented soul crystal could be sold for a decent price in the outside world. A large piece of tormented soul crystal was at least 10 times more valuable than a normal tormented soul crystal, especially to people who cultivated methods related to fiendish aura. Its value was even greater. Yet, Chu Mu didn't care about using it to feed his undying sword. If others knew, they would be extremely jealous. Absorb, absorb, absorb. After absorbing 5 great, tormented spirit crystals in a row, Chu Mu had a feeling that the imperishable sword was full. In other words, the imperishable sword had reached the peak of the sky-piercing saint sword. If it continued, it would break through and evolve into a spiritual sword. Chu Mu had never experienced the evolution of the sky-piercing saint sword into a spiritual sword. He did not know what would happen. However, according to the records that he had read in the past, it should cause quite a commotion. Therefore, he had to find a better place and make sufficient preparations before evolving the imperishable sword into a spiritual sword. Chapter 1509. Ha 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 ha, what a great place. Here, I, Huashiwahai, can definitely raise my strength to a level that will terrify everyone. Amidst the ruins, a man spread out his arms. A terrifying aura surged out from his body, like a blood pillar that reached the heavens. The aura was blood red, which was similar to the evil spirit's evil spirit. It was extremely terrifying. For ordinary cultivators, the blood chi in the ancient sacred city was very troublesome. They had to be on guard against it. Otherwise, if they were careless and were attacked, the consequences would be terrible. They might be killed by the tormented souls because of their slow reaction, or they might lose their mind and fall into an illusion. But for cultivators who practiced the evil blood skill, it was a paradise. It was the best place to cultivate a sacred place. Huashuahai's evil spirit soared to the sky and attracted a few great evil spirits. Huashuahai was not afraid, but laughed wildly. He reached out his hands and grabbed two great evil spirits. A vortex seemed to have appeared in his palms. Under a terrifying suction force, the evil spirit of the two great evil spirits was absorbed, causing the great evil spirits to struggle and wail. This scene was very similar to the evil spirits absorbing the vitality of living creatures. Young man, hand over the space ring and we will spare your life. The horse-faced cultivator said to Chu-Mu with a cold smile. A powerful aura locked onto Chu-Mu. The other person was silent, but he stared at Chu-Mu with sharp eyes. He stood on the other side to prevent Chu-Mu from escaping. These two people were both Saint rank experts. Low-stage Saint rank experts. Did they have enmity with Chu-Mu? No, they just saw Chu-Mu killing dozens of small evil spirits from afar and wanted to take Chu-Mu's spoils of war. They felt that their low-level martial saints were enough to deter a Nirvana realm martial artist. If I give you the spatial ring, will you kill me to silence me? Chu-Mu faintly smiled and said, You are quite smart. Since you are so smart, we will give you a quick death. The horse-faced martial saint was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, How about this? Give me your spatial rings, and I won't kill you, Chu-Mu said. To be honest, it was hard to believe that these two low-level saints had seen Chu-Mu as an idiot and then died. There was not a single drop of blood on the heaven/sword. Two corpses lay at Chu-Mu's feet. Both of them were two-star saints. Even if Chu-Mu hadn't broken through, he would have been able to kill them. Now that he had broken through, he could have killed them in a single strike. He took off the spatial ring and quickly checked through it. Apart from essence pills and elixirs, there are dozens of small tormented spirit crystals and 5 large tormented spirit crystals. However, there are more than 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 blood red ores that were extremely hard. In the ancient sacred city, it was normal for people who didn't know each other to be tempted by wealth. Of course, they had to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, they would have become corpses, just like now. After getting the spoils, Chu-Mu continued to move forward. As soon as he left, a small, tormented spirit drilled out from the ground and appeared beside the 2 corpses. It wrapped the corpses up. The 2 corpses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye and eventually became 2 grayish-white mummies. Although they were dead, there was still a part of their vitality that hadn't completely dissipated. After the small, tormented spirit absorbed it, its evil chi became much stronger. After looking around, Chu-Mu nodded and decided to transform the imperishable sword into a spiritual sword here. This wasn't a basement, but the interior of a palace. The palace wasn't small. Parts of the walls had collapsed, but the depths were intact. Chu-Mu began to set up seals. As soon as he started, he realized that it was easier, more accurate, and faster to set up seals after condensing his primordial spirit. His 10 fingers shone brightly, and with a flick of his fingers, seals fell one after another. The ground, the walls, and the roof were all set up without any blind spots, layer after layer. With his primordial spirit, Chu-Mu's perception was stronger, and his control was more precise. The same seal consumed more than 30% of his strength, and the power of the seal increased by more than 30%. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, soon 99 layers of seals were set up. Chu-Mu found that the 100th layer was very difficult, and it might cause the previous 99 layers to collapse. So he had to stop. This time, the structure of the seal was more reasonable and perfect than last time. In terms of power, it was also much stronger. It's enough to resist a 3-star saint for a while, Chu-Mu said to himself. This was the limit of his current attainments in seals. Middle-level saints were 2 levels higher than low-level saints. His aura was isolated, and so was his vitality. The tormented spirits couldn't sense it, and even if they did, it would be a weak vitality that couldn't attract them. Chu Mu sat in the center of the 99 layers of seals. If the imperishable sword becomes a spiritual sword, my strength can be improved again. But before that, I need to transform the sword soul into a sword soul. A sword cultivator had to first comprehend the sword essence, and then condense the sword soul to carry the sword essence. This way, the sword essence would no longer be a rootless duckweed. It would become more solid, and its power would naturally increase. The sword soul was the sublimation of the sword soul. The sword soul was above the sword soul, and only sword cultivators of the eternal realm could condense it. This was because to condense the sword soul, one needed to master the power of the divine spirit, which was to condense the primordial spirit. Although Chu Mu hadn't reached the eternal realm, he had already condensed the primordial spirit and had the power of the divine spirit. He could transform the sword soul into a sword soul. With a thought, the power of the divine spirit emerged from the primordial spirit and filled the spiritual world. When it was ready, it rushed to the eternal sword soul and washed it over and over again. Sufficient power of the divine spirit was the guarantee to condense the sword soul faster. Chu Mu's divine spirit was originally far superior to other cultivators of the same level. When he was at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm, his divine spirit was comparable to an ordinary 2-star saint. Now, it was comparable to an ordinary 3-star saint. In other words, although Chu Mu's primordial spirit had just been condensed, the power of the divine spirit was comparable to a 3-star saint. The eternal sword soul was washed over and over again, and it began to change little by little. This was a slow process, but Chu Mu's divine spirit was strong, and the power of the divine spirit was boundless, so the efficiency was higher. Wash, wash, wash. In the continuous washing, the eternal sword soul was changing little by little, and it was turning into a sword soul. The outermost seal was a seal that isolated the aura. Even if someone with sharp senses passed by, they wouldn't pay attention to it because the aura was very weak and inconspicuous. But if someone walked in, they would see the scene. Outside the ancient sacred city, there were still people rushing over. They entered the ancient sacred city through the blood-red chains, but this was only a small number. Most of them were already in the ancient sacred city, and they were moving towards the center. The ancient sacred city was huge. Until now, 7 to 8 days had passed, but no one had reached the center. After countless years, many treasures in the ancient sacred city had lost their spiritual chi and power due to the corrosion of the evil blood chi. They had become rotten, and they were no longer useful. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, even eternal ancient experts couldn't be truly immortal. They could only live for a longer period of time. The ancient sacred city had existed for tens of thousands of years, at least 1,000,000 years. The things that had been preserved for such a long time were absolutely extraordinary. Any one of them would cause a great battle to break out between the cultivators of the ancient sacred city and the ancient sacred city. Chu Mu should have entered the ancient sacred city, right? Lian Hongyun said. Ever since he met Gu Wankong and Yang Zhantian, they had been moving together. After all, this was the deep blue world and not the ancient god world. Although they were talented, they weren't strong enough. It was more convenient for them to work together. Previously, they had gone to the genius small world to look for Chu Mu. However, due to some reasons, they were delayed. After knowing that the ancient sacred city was about to descend, they temporarily canceled their mission and focused on preparing. If the person in the genius small world is Chu Mu, he will definitely enter the ancient sacred city, Yang Zhantian said. We should work hard and increase our strength. It's best if we can be stronger than him when we meet him. Yang Zhantian was very competitive. When he lost to Chu Mu in the past, he accepted it wholeheartedly. However, he didn't give up on chasing after Chu Mu's footsteps. After coming to the deep blue world, he had a fortuitous encounter. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. He was further strengthening his foundation and preparing for the immortal realm. Even so, he still didn't have much confidence in killing a one-star martial saint expert. Chu Mu is too monstrous. It won't be easy to surpass him, Ancient Chaos said. Even though he was more talented than Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyan, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat Chu Mu. However, he wouldn't give up just like that. I've already reached the immortal realm. Killing a 2-star martial saint is as easy as slaughtering a pig. Chu Mu, you better pray you don't meet me here. Otherwise, I'll slowly torture you to death with my sword. Ao Jinhing's face was ferocious after killing a 2-star martial saint. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days had passed since Chu Mu began refining the sword soul. Under the constant cleansing of his spiritual energy, the majority of the sword soul had been converted into sword soul energy. The 6th day, the 7th day, suddenly, Chu Mu felt the eternal sword soul tremble as if it was penetrated by a force. A luster flashed across the surface of the eternal sword soul. It was sharp, sharp and simple. This was the sword soul, eternal sword soul. Under Chu Mu's continuous efforts, after 7 days, it finally evolved from sword soul to sword soul. His spiritual energy didn't stop cleansing the sword soul. At this time, the sword soul was only at the initial stage and needed to be further consolidated. The sword soul was more stable than the sword soul. The power it contained was also more vigorous, majestic, and profound. The transformation of the sword soul into a sword soul also led to a qualitative improvement in the sword soul. The eternal sword soul of the Nirvana realm began to climb to the eternal sword soul of the immortal realm. It only took 1 day for Chu Mu to raise the level of the eternal sword soul from the Nirvana realm to the immortal realm. Chapter 1510. The primordial spirit and the eternal sword soul were both at the initial stage, but they were more powerful. With the formation of the eternal sword soul, the level of the eternal sword was raised to the saint level, and its power increased significantly. Chu Mu's strength also increased a lot. The ancient sacred city was indeed full of opportunities. Perhaps to some people, the so-called fortuitous encounter referred to obtaining treasures or inheritances. However, those who were truly knowledgeable understood that the so-called fortuitous encounter wasn't limited to treasures or inheritances. Opportunities could be divided into external objects and internal objects. Treasures and inheritances were external objects that were obtained from the outside world, while internal objects were things that originally belonged to oneself. If he had not entered the ancient sacred city, Chu Mu would not have been able to comprehend the slashing sword so quickly after the 9th nirvana. This was the first opportunity. Because of the refinement of the evil blood chi, he had developed more soul potential and condensed the primordial spirit. This was the second opportunity. Because he had condensed the primordial spirit and mastered the power of the soul, he had refined the eternal sword soul into the eternal sword soul and raised the level of the eternal sword from the king level to the saint level. This was the third opportunity. Next, it was the fourth opportunity. If he counted the evil spirit crystal that he had obtained, this would be the fifth opportunity. As the saying went, opportunities were everywhere. The key was whether you could grasp them. The eternal sword soul has been formed, and the eternal sword has been raised to the saint level. It's time to refine the imperishable sword into the eternal sword, Chu Mu said to himself as he took out the imperishable sword and stared at it. This sword was called the imperishable sword because it had been infused with the imperishable sword when it was being nurtured. When the imperishable sword and the imperishable sword were activated, they could amplify each other and increase their power. Now that the imperishable sword had evolved into the eternal sword the level of the imperishable sword could not keep up and increase the power of the eternal sword Now, it was time to change the imperishable power in the imperishable sword to the eternal power. Chu Mu had wanted to do this for a long time, and now was the best time. Grabbing the imperishable sword, he infused the eternal sword that had reached the saint level into the imperishable sword. Back then, the imperishable sword had been refined with king-level imperishable sword intent, and it only contained king-level imperishable power. Now, the eternal sword intent contained saint-level power, and it easily destroyed the imperishable sword intent in the imperishable sword. The imperishable sword let out a sad cry. Its power was being dispersed, and it was weakening. Then the eternal sword intent entered it and kept washing it. It merged with the sword bit by bit. The sorrowful wails disappeared and turned into joy. In the end, the eternal sword intent was much stronger than the imperishable sword intent. Finally, a melodious sword howl resounded from the sword in his hand. A faint silver glow flowed past like water, and it emanated an eternal aura. Although this sword was still at the pinnacle of the sky-piercing saint sword, it was much more powerful than before. The sword was the eternal sword. In terms of power, the eternal sword had already surpassed the heaven-slaying sword. With a gentle swing of the sword, the eternal sword cut through the air with a faint, sharp sound, leaving behind an imperceptible mark. Because of the characteristics of the eternal sword intent, the sword's power would last longer. Now, let's transform the eternal sword into the eternal spiritual sword. With that, the eternal sword flew up. Chu Mu also took out 3 great tormented crystals. They formed a triangle and were distributed in 3 directions of the eternal sword. A suction force immediately emanated from the eternal sword. Like 3 invisible tentacles, it grabbed the 3 great tormented crystals and absorbed their evil qi. The eternal sword had already reached the pinnacle of the sky-piercing saint sword. Chu Mu used the 3 great tormented crystals to refine it for a safer transformation. He stared at the eternal sword for a while. The situation was stable. Next, Chu Mu did not need to disturb it. The eternal sword would complete its transformation on its own. Chu Mu closed his eyes. Half of his attention was focused on the transformation of the eternal sword, while the other half was immersed in his own body. He wanted to further familiarize himself with the power, primordial spirit, spiritual soul, eternal sword soul, etc. After obtaining the power, he had to familiarize himself with it. He had to master it to the most perfect level. Otherwise, he would not be able to unleash his full power. Instead, he would be restricted. Time passed slowly. With the seal to isolate the aura, Chu Mu could cultivate in peace. In the outside world, people continued to obtain opportunities. Some even obtained some legacies. The battles between them became more and more intense. Although the ancient sacred city was huge and tens of millions of people entered at the beginning, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. However, as they continued to move towards the center, it was inevitable that they would encounter each other. The evil qi of the 3 great, tormented crystals was constantly absorbed and poured into the eternal sword. On the eternal sword, a light shone and traces of evil qi twined around it, like silk ribbons. The eternal sword rotated and traces of evil qi entered it continuously. They were absorbed and refined, becoming nutrients for the transformation of the eternal sword. The transformation from the heaven-piercing, sacred sword to a spiritual sword was a qualitative leap. Just like the breakthrough from the nirvana realm to the eternal realm, it required a large amount of energy. Although the eternal sword had reached the pinnacle of the heaven-piercing sacred sword, it still needed to absorb a large amount of energy and accumulate it continuously. In the end, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. The energy of the 3 great, tormented crystals was completely absorbed by the eternal sword. The eternal sword stopped rotating. Chu Mu focused his attention on the eternal sword and felt the changes in the eternal sword. Inside the eternal sword, a blazing flame seemed to be burning. The flame quickly spread out, and soon it enveloped the entire eternal sword, burning fiercely. This flame was a fiendish flame. One could not feel the slightest bit of heat from it, but it was extremely terrifying. It specifically targeted the mental level. Even the current Chu Mu did not dare to touch it. Even though he was a distance away, Chu Mu could feel the threat from the fire of evil qi. His face turned solemn. The eternal sword was being tempered in the fire of evil qi. The eternal power flowed on the sword and merged with the sword on a deeper level. It changed the sword's nature. The sword trembled slightly as it was being tempered by the fire of evil qi. It emitted a faint sword hum that was pleasing to the ear. There was a deep connection between Chu Mu and the sword. After all, it was born in his body and was connected by blood. Hence, he could feel it more directly and deeply. He had a feeling that the most crucial moment had arrived. The nature of the eternal sword was finally going to change. It would give birth to spirituality and be promoted to a spiritual sword. Before that, he had to do one more thing. He forced out a drop of blood essence and merged it with his spiritual power. After the perfect combination, it flew out and fell into the eternal sword. It entered the eternal sword in an instant. Under the cleansing of the eternal sword essence, it dispersed and completely merged with the eternal sword. Under the tempering of the fire of evil qi, a trace of spirituality was born. Suddenly, the eternal sword trembled as if it was saying something. The spirituality was strengthened and the aura around it fluctuated. It was strong at times and weak at times. It was sharp at times and returned to its original state. Chu Mu knew that the final transformation was coming. He focused all his attention and stared at the eternal sword, waiting for the final moment. The fluctuation of the aura became stronger and stronger. The trembling of the eternal sword also intensified, and the spirituality within it became stronger. Suddenly, an aura that was filled with sharpness and eternity gushed out from the eternal sword. The 99 layers of seals only blocked it for a short while before they collapsed under the aura of the eternal sword. It was like snow under the scorching sun. This sharpness and eternity contained a trace of spirituality. Although it was very weak, it was still there. The moment the aura gushed out, Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he grabbed the eternal sword that was transforming and kept it in his body. At his middle dantian, his power exploded in an instant, and he rushed out from the broken seals. He flew far away. The aura that burst out from the eternal sword had definitely alarmed some people. Chu Mu wasn't sure what the outcome would be, but he knew that he couldn't stay where he was. Otherwise, unnecessary trouble would come looking for him. The best way was to keep the eternal sword in his body from the start and transform it in his body. Chu Mu didn't do that because he didn't know what would happen during the transformation. After seeing it, he was glad that he didn't transform it in his body. Otherwise, the aura that burst out at that moment would have been enough to injure him severely. The aura only burst out for a moment. After that, it could be retracted. However, Chu Mu's body still had a trace of spirituality. That was because the eternal sword was still in the process of transforming, and its spirituality wasn't stable and strong enough. Spiritual sword. It's definitely the aura of a spiritual sword. At that moment, the heavenly sage sword transformed into a spiritual sword. Not far away, someone sensed the aura and identified it. He was pleasantly surprised. A spiritual sword was extremely valuable. Even if he couldn't use it, he could sell it to those who needed it. For example, those sword saints and so on. It's an opportunity. I just happened to be lacking a spiritual sword when I advanced to the immemorial realm. I didn't expect an opportunity to come. A 1-star sword saint who had just advanced was overjoyed. He used his movement technique and quickly chased after Yi Shiwen. Not long after, more than a dozen martial saints gathered in the dilapidated palace. After seeing the layers of seals, their minds spun quickly, and they quickly figured out the general situation. Immediately, this group of people quickly chased after the aura that was left behind. It was the direction that Chu Mu had left in. It wasn't easy to escape the pursuit of more than a dozen martial saints. The allure of a spiritual sword was too great. For example, after entering the deep blue world, none of the martial saints that Chu Mu had killed had a spiritual sword. Just from this point alone, it was enough to see the value of a spiritual sword. It was extraordinary. Among the people chasing after Yi Shiwen, there were sword saints who were even more eager to obtain a spiritual sword. Chapter 1511. A stone tower stood on the ruined land of the ancient sacred city. Its surroundings were empty, causing the stone tower to protrude even more. It was clear and eye-catching. The stone tower was like a clock tower. It looked ancient, as though it had experienced the vicissitudes of time. If it was placed somewhere else, it could be regarded as an ancient relic for the later generations to admire. However, the stone tower was not to be viewed as an ancient relic. There was a layer of faint red light outside the stone tower. It was a layer of protective energy. Even after so many years, the protective energy was still present. This meant that there might be some treasure inside the stone tower that did not lose its spiritual chi due to the passage of time. This was an opportunity. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered outside the stone tower. They were divided into several groups, and all of them were staring at the stone tower. We discovered this stone tower first. It should belong to us, said a saint. Indeed, they were the first to discover the stone tower. However, before they could break through the protective barrier of the stone tower, a second group of people had arrived. When the second group of people arrived, they were in a standoff. Just as both sides were about to negotiate, the third group arrived. The human race is so naive. A saint-level expert of the shark race laughed out loud. That's right. The weak are prey to the strong. Those who have the strength will get it. Those who don't have the strength should get lost. First come, first serve. That's the behavior of the weak. The Shark clan had always been arrogant. Get lost or die. Among the Shark clan, there was a youth from the Shark clan who was much better looking than the others. He sneered. His killing intent was cold, and the sawtooth sword in his hand emitted a terrifying coldness. Did you hear that? The young clan leader is willing to let you live. Get lost. This youth from the Shark clan was the young clan leader of the Emperor Shark clan, Emperor Sharkyu. His aura let others know that he had advanced to the saint level of the Shark clan. He had monstrous talent, which gave him even more power. He was even stronger than Ao Jinheng. The physique of the Shark clan was originally far superior to that of the human clan. The Emperor Shark clan was also the royal clan of the Shark clan. They were much stronger than the average Shark clan. As a monstrous genius of the Emperor Shark clan, he was much more valuable than the average Shark clan monstrous genius. When the Jade Emperor Shark was at the high ninth order, it already had the strength to fight against an ordinary one-star Saint Realm Emperor Shark, and it could even defeat one. After reaching the Eternal Realm, the Jade Emperor Shark had obtained additional benefits due to the Eternal Sacred City. Its bloodline had been purified, and its talent had increased. Moreover, it had awakened the power contained in its bloodline. As a result, Emperor Shark Jade's strength increased by leaps and bounds. At this moment, he who was only at the initial stage of the one-star martial saint level had the terrifying strength to fight against an ordinary 3-star martial saint. This had already been proven before. If he used his bloodline power and expended all his strength, he could even kill an ordinary 3-star martial sage expert. One couldn't help but say that the ancient sacred city was like this. Those who broke through here would either die here or obtain greater benefits, increasing their strength even more. This opportunity didn't belong to Chumu alone. Other monstrous geniuses were also qualified to obtain it. Within the ancient sacred city, more than 10 human experts had died to the Jade Emperor Shark sword. Outside the stone tower, there were 3 human camps. Each camp had about a dozen people, and they were all low-level martial saints. The Shark clan's camp was led by Jade Emperor Shark. There were about a dozen people in total, and the strongest was a 3-star martial saint. The Emperor Shark clan's physique was extremely strong. In a one-on-one battle, humans were often no match for them at the same cultivation level. Only a dozen Emperor Sharks dared to be fearless against a few dozen humans. The other camp wasn't made up of humans or Shark clan, but the Five Spirit Clan. The humans and Shark Clan spoke, but the Five Spirit Clan's people remained silent. There were about 20 of them, and all of them were low-level martial saints. The Five Spirit Clan's innate ability to sense the power of the five elements was clearer, so it was easier for them to cultivate the Tao of the five elements. However, their physique was similar to humans. In terms of combat strength, at most, they would be slightly stronger than humans at the same cultivation level. Among the three camps, the Five Spirit Clan's people were the least competitive. But no matter what, the stone tower was an opportunity, and it might not be a weak one. Whoever obtained it would definitely benefit. If they hadn't encountered it, then so be it. Since they had encountered it, they couldn't let it go. No matter what, they had to fight for it. Since you don't want to scram, then let's kill. Jade Emperor Shark frowned, and a thick, baleful aura appeared. The moment his voice rang out, he waved the sawtooth long sword in his hand. A terrifying sharpness flowed on the sword, and a silver light surged. There was also the sound of waves crashing. Huge waves of sword intent, sword energy. This Jade Emperor Shark was actually a sword saint. The faces of the humans on the other side changed drastically. Kill! The Emperor Shark Clan's martial saints behind Jade Emperor Shark all attacked the humans. As for the Five Spirit Clan's people, they stood far away and didn't attack. The human martial saints didn't want to be outdone either. They counterattacked, and a chaotic battle broke out. The Five Spirit Clan's people retreated even further. They planned to reap the benefits. Whether the humans or the Shark Clan won in the end, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Jade Emperor Shark killed a 2-star human martial saint with a single sword strike. That was shocking. As for the other dozen or so low-level saint-level experts of the Shark Clan, they were all focused on the Emperor Shark Jade. To put it simply, the purpose of their existence was the Emperor Shark Jade. Therefore, the various cultivation techniques they practiced were all to better protect the Emperor Shark Jade and cooperate with the Emperor Shark Jade to unleash its greatest strength. On the other hand, the three small factions of humans didn't usually practice cooperation. Although they were forced to join forces, they didn't reach the point where they could work together. They were like a tray of loose sand that would scatter with a single charge. There was one difference between the sea race and the human race, and that was that the sea race often had to go to war. War wasn't a matter of 1 or 2 people, but a large group of people. Thus, the greater the number of people in a war, the more advantageous it was for the sea race. This was directly related to their civilization, because the sea race often managed their own warriors in the form of an army. In this situation, 10 Shark Clan warriors joining forces were enough to resist dozens of humans with similar cultivation bases. The sword rose and fell, and Jade Emperor Shark killed another human martial saint. The Imperial Shark Jade's sword technique was extremely savage. Each sword strike made people feel like they were seeing a savage shark appear. It also brought with it a dense, baleful aura that made people lose their minds. In the blink of an eye, 5 human martial saints died under Jade Emperor Shark's sword. The other martial saints didn't kill Jade Emperor Shark. They were only assisting Jade Emperor Shark. What terrifying strength! Jade Emperor Shark of the Emperor Shark Clan is truly a monster. In the distance, the 5 spirit race people's expressions changed. They didn't attack because both sides of the battle were foreign races to them. Furthermore, the 5 spirit clans were on the decline. They could not afford any turbulence. Unless they could kill the human race and the Emperor Shark Clan all at once to prevent future troubles, if the news leaked out, the 5 spirit clans would be in great trouble after leaving the ancient sacred city. Thus, even if they wanted to attack, they had to wait until the end of the battle between the 2 races. When both sides suffered heavy losses, they had to destroy the other. But looking at the current situation, it seemed very difficult. With the Emperor Shark Clan's teamwork, the human race was at a complete disadvantage. Martial saints were killed one after another. They couldn't see any hope, and despair filled their hearts. Jade Emperor Shark's face was cold. He regarded the human race's lives as grass, reaping them as he wished. The dozen martial saints of the Emperor Shark clan laughed ear-piercingly. Their faces were filled with sinister expressions. The dozen of them worked together, splitting one attack into a dozen with a special battle formation. The power was greatly reduced, and it couldn't threaten any of them. The Emperor Shark clan's physique was very strong, and they could withstand even stronger attacks. Jade Emperor Shark didn't have any worries. With a sword in hand, he could fight to his heart's content and kill to his heart's content. Under the sword, terrifying blood sharks appeared one after another, tearing and biting. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 human martial saints died under Jade Emperor Shark's sword. This Jade Emperor Shark is too savage. Let's go. After 10 people died in a row, someone finally woke up. No matter how good an opportunity was, one had to be alive to enjoy it. Without life, even if the opportunity was given to them, they wouldn't be able to grasp it. Strength. In the end, it all came down to strength. If one was strong enough, there was nothing to fear. After waking up, the human martial saints immediately retreated. With people retreating, the pressure on the Emperor Shark clan naturally lessened, and Jade Emperor Shark became even more carefree in killing. In the blink of an eye, 20 human martial saints were killed. However, the martial saints of the Emperor Shark clan didn't die. They only suffered light injuries and didn't hinder him much. The other humans had already retreated far away. Those who couldn't escape in time were killed on the spot. Now that he had lost his target, Emperor Shark Jade naturally stopped. After killing 20 human saints in a row, Emperor Shark Jade's serrated longsword was surrounded by a thick, baleful aura. The baleful aura around him was extremely terrifying. When he looked at the 5 spirit tribe members, the baleful aura and killing intent in his eyes made the 5 spirit tribe members' expressions change drastically. They subconsciously took a few steps back. Scram! Jade Emperor Shark coldly shouted, his killing intent soaring. Although the 5 spirit tribe members' faces were ugly, they didn't dare to oppose Jade Emperor Shark, especially after seeing how strong Jade Emperor Shark was. The 20 of them weren't stronger than the group of humans from before. After the 5 spirit tribe members retreated, only Jade Emperor Shark and a dozen others were left in the stone tower. The opportunity will fall into my hands in the end. Jade Emperor Shark turned his head to look at the stone tower, a cold smile on his face. Just as they were about to enjoy the fruits of their victory, a figure suddenly dashed over from the distance, attracting the attention of the fleeing humans and the 5 spirit clans. It also attracted the attention of the Emperor Shark clan and the others. Emperor Shark Jade's eyes were shockingly cold as he stared at that person. Chapter 1512. There's still a protective layer. That means there must be treasures inside. Chu Mu, who was speeding over, saw the stone building and the faint layer of light outside of it. He immediately let out a happy expression. It had been more than half a month since he entered the ancient sacred city. Apart from the torment crystals, a few spiritual herbs, and his own improvement, he hadn't gained anything else. In the end, the purpose of entering the ancient sacred city was to obtain the treasures or legacies left behind. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light covered in serrated teeth slashed towards Chu Mu mercilessly. It was as if it could cut through a mountain. It was Jade Emperor Shark who had attacked. A sword slash swept past, seemingly slicing apart the space in front of it. Chu Mu's body was also struck and split apart. The Emperor Shark Jade's mouth had just curled into a smile when it froze again. This sword didn't split apart a person, but an afterimage. The instant Chu Mu ran over, he saw everything around him clearly. There were more than a dozen Emperor Shark clansmen, each of them giving off a ferocious aura. They were all low-level saints. Judging from where they stood, there seemed to be something mysterious about it. It seemed to be some kind of battle formation. In an instant, Chu Mu determined that the Emperor's shark clansmen were not to be trifled with. If he was entangled by them, it would definitely be troublesome. Since that was the case, it was best to avoid them and obtain the treasures inside the tower first. Chu Mu used the sword chi afterimage to avoid Jade Emperor Shark's sure-kill attack. His speed exploded once more, increasing a level as he rapidly approached the stone tower. "Stop him!" Jade Emperor Shark roared. Emperor Shark Clan's Saint rank experts all took action. They cast their ocean techniques, causing waves to surge and blast towards Chu Mu. With his Yuan spirit condensed, Chu Mu's six senses were raised to a whole new level. Chu Mu could clearly sense the trajectory of their attacks, making it easier for him to dodge. His figure flickered. His footsteps seemed disorderly as he moved in a curve, rapidly approaching the stone tower. Jade Emperor Shark slashed out with his sword, his speed exploding. He was incomparably ferocious as he also charged towards the stone tower. Chu Mu's mind was cold and calm. He drew his sword. The sword light slashed out in an arc like a crescent moon, dazzling and resplendent. The sword light struck the protective light of the stone tower, causing the light to tremble and shatter. "All of you, kill him." Seeing this, Emperor Shark Jade knew that the stone tower's defenses wouldn't be broken so easily. He immediately gave the order to his subordinates, while he attacked the stone tower's defenses with all his might. No matter what, he had to get his hands on the treasures in the stone tower, regardless of whether they were suitable for him to use. In an instant, the sawtooth long sword violently slashed out dozens of times. The dense sword light was astonishingly ferocious. Layers of ripples spread out on the defensive power of the stone tower. The sword light shattered one after another, turning into specks of light that splashed in all directions. It was a beautiful scene. The defensive power of the stone tower was also weakening bit by bit. More than a dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan all rushed towards Chu Mu. Each of them was filled with murderous intent, wanting to kill Chu Mu on the spot. In their eyes, this guy that they seemed to have seen somewhere before was merely an early-stage Nirvana layer human. No matter how talented he was, he could at most be comparable to an ordinary one-star saint-level expert of the human race. In their eyes, he was just an ant. They didn't associate him with the monstrous human who had killed more than 10,000 Shark clan warriors before. If he was entangled by more than a dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan, he wouldn't die, but he would be delayed, which wouldn't be good for the treasures in the stone tower. Using the sword chi shadow movement technique, many shadows appeared. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. They quickly circled around the stone tower. As they moved, they constantly slashed at the defensive power of the stone tower. Every slash would weaken the defensive power of the stone tower. More than a dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan split into two groups, surrounding Chu Mu from the left and right. Chu Mu kept dodging and using the sword chi shadow, moving around the encirclement of more than a dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan. Primordial spirit, soul power, sharper sixth sense, sword intent, and everything else were what Chu Mu relied on. He moved around the encirclement of more than a dozen low-level saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan with ease, looking very calm. The 5 spirit clansmen in the distance were shocked, their mouths agape. Who is this human? Terrifying. He's only at the early stage of the Nirvana layer, but he can still dodge the attacks of more than a dozen low-level saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan. There was a huge gap between the Nirvana layer and the saint level. The physique of the human race and the Emperor Shark clan was even more different. Despite all these differences, they still couldn't believe what they saw. Not to mention the 5 spirit clansmen. Even the saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan were shocked. It was already embarrassing for them to work together to deal with a Nirvana layer human. They didn't expect that they couldn't do anything to him. Was there anything more embarrassing than this? Emperor Shark Jade ignored them and focused on breaking the defensive power of the stone tower. Chu Mu split his attention. He dodged the attacks of the saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan while attacking the tower's defensive power with his sword. He silently calculated the weakening of the tower's defensive power. Chu Mu could always see the attacks and encirclement of the saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan in advance, so he could make the perfect dodge. He could even lead them to restrain each other. A mere human at the early stage of the ninth heavens of Nirvana realm was so strong. Actually, Chu Mu had his own troubles. He could only use the sky beheading sword now. Although the eternal sword had evolved into the eternal spiritual sword, its spirituality was still strengthening bit by bit. It hadn't completely stabilized yet. If he used it carelessly, it might damage its spirituality and destroy the spiritual sword. How could Chu Mu be willing to let the spiritual sword, which he had worked so hard to evolve, be destroyed just like that? Thus, he could only use the sky beheading sword now. He slashed at the tower's defensive power again. Chu Mu carefully observed the changes in the tower's defensive power. It's time. Muttering to himself, Chu Mu leaped up. His body soared dozens of meters high. He raised his sword and light gathered. He slashed out with his sword. True meaning of beheading. Slashing flow, sword style. Every slash before was just an ordinary attack. Chu Mu had been waiting for this moment. The slash was extremely powerful. The light was dazzling as it slashed down. The soft and endless power slashed at the tower's defensive power. It immediately clashed with the tower's defensive power, and both sides were constantly weakened. The slashing flow sword style's power disappeared. The sky beheading sword slashed through the tower's defensive power, cutting a hole. Chu Mu's figure moved, and he used sword chi shadow. His entire body went through that opening. At the same time, his sword chi shadow was shattered by a dozen saint rank experts from Emperor Shark clan. In an instant, Chu Mu entered the defensive energy of the stone building. This scene was seen by the Jade Emperor Shark. Break for me. Emperor Shark Jade was enraged. He slashed out with all his strength. Behind him, a vast ocean appeared. Instantly, a terrifying blood-colored shark charged out of the ocean. It brought with it a terrifying power. It entered his sword and slashed down. Vaguely, the roar of a shark rang out. The 5 spirit tribe members in the distance couldn't help but tremble. It was a type of bloodline suppression. The stone tower's defensive power had been weakened to the very last bit. Emperor Shark Jade could break it with 2 more slashes. However, he didn't expect this human to be so cunning. Chu Mu had been calculating and waiting. When the time was right, he would use the slashing flow sword style. The reason why he chose the slashing flow sword style was because it was more flexible and flexible. It wouldn't cause too much damage to the tower's defensive power. He only needed to cut a hole and let himself in. Although the remaining defensive power would dissipate quickly, it could still block Emperor Shark Jade and the others for 1 or 2 breaths of time. In a battle between experts, 1 or 2 breaths of time was enough to determine the victor. Chu Mu flew towards the stone tower. Just as he was about to enter, Emperor Shark Jade's sword slammed into the stone tower's defensive power. It was as if a gigantic shark had slammed into it, causing the defensive power to shatter instantly. Exploding with all his strength, Emperor Shark Jade turned into a beam of light, shooting towards Chu Mu. He slashed out with his sawtooth sword, causing the sword light to wreak havoc. Chu Mu's figure distorted. The sword chi afterimage was shattered by Emperor Shark Jade's sword. His true body appeared even further ahead, rushing into the stone tower. Surround the stone tower. Emperor Shark Jade roared. The saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark race hurriedly spread out, forming a circle around the stone tower. As for Emperor Shark Jade himself, he also rushed into the stone tower. In this way, even if Chu Mu obtained the treasure first, he could forget about escaping. He didn't even think about the fact that they couldn't do anything to Chu Mu when they joined forces. Emperor Shark Jade rushed into the stone tower after Chu-Mu. Seeing Chu-Mu's back, he didn't hesitate to attack. No matter what, he had to stop Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu entered the stone tower a step before the Emperor Shark Jade. He saw that the stone tower was empty all around. There was only an exquisite, full-body armor floating in the air. Around the armor was an oval-shaped protective barrier that protected the armor. The armor's appearance was exquisite, with a milky white base, strands of golden lines intertwined, forming an unfamiliar and mysterious pattern. It gave off a faint, sacred feeling. This was the treasure hidden in the stone tower. The moment he saw this armor, Chu-Mu connected it to the god equipment of the ancient god world. Because the appearance of this armor was somewhat similar to the god equipment of the ancient god world. Ever since he entered the deep blue world, Chu-Mu had never seen anyone use a god equipment. He had also flipped through a lot of information, but there was no record of god equipment. Therefore, he guessed that the deep blue world didn't have any god equipment. As for Chu-Mu, he already had a god equipment. However, it was only a black iron god equipment suitable for the spirit condensation realm. It didn't have the slightest effect on the nirvana realm. Therefore, he had never used it again. Only bronze god equipment was suitable for the nirvana realm. Regardless of whether this exquisite armor was related to god equipment or not, it must be a treasure since it was placed here. Therefore, he had to get it first. Chu-Mu's divine sense swept out, but the armor didn't move. He quickly approached, intending to directly take it. Emperor Shark Jade attacked. Chapter 1513. Chu-Mu dodged, and Jade Emperor Shark's sword light hit the armor. It was blocked by the oval-shaped shield, and the sword light exploded. Jade Emperor Shark also saw the exquisite armor and was overjoyed. What a treasure! With it, my strength will definitely increase, Jade Emperor Shark thought. Although he didn't know what kind of treasure the armor was, he felt that way. His speed seemed to increase again. He reached out and grabbed the armor with his hand. A sword light appeared out of nowhere and slashed at Jade Emperor Shark. If Jade Emperor Shark didn't pull back his hand, he would be cut in half. Emperor Shark Jade's face darkened. Determined, it didn't retract its palm. Instead, it exerted force, causing its arm to be covered in scales. Each scale flickered with a peculiar luster, greatly increasing its defense. It planned on taking Chu-Mu's slash head-on. Unexpectedly, the moment the sword light struck Imperial Shark Jade's arm, it turned around and slashed towards Imperial Shark Jade's neck. Jade Emperor Shark had no choice but to dodge this time. He didn't dare to joke around with his neck. Inside the stone tower, the two were fighting fiercely. They were fighting over an unknown treasure. More than 10 saint experts of the Emperor Shark clan were scattered around the stone tower. They set up a battle formation and sealed the stone tower. First, it was to prevent the people inside from escaping. Second, it was to prevent anyone from breaking in. The people from the 5 spirit clans watched from afar. They couldn't get involved. Now, the martial saints who were being chased were getting closer again. Their faces were gloomy, and they didn't dare to make a move. They were scared out of their wits after being killed consecutively. At this moment, the saint experts who were chasing Chu-Mu's spiritual sword also arrived. That trace of spirituality is in the stone tower in front. Wait, those are saint experts of the Emperor Shark clan. What are they doing there? There's a treasure in the stone tower. The Emperor Shark clan people have already entered. One of the saint experts who was being chased saw the arrival of the human experts and immediately said, "Treasures belong to those who are fated. I'm the fated one." One of the saint experts who had just arrived smiled and used his movement technique to rush into the stone tower. "Nonsense. I am the one who is fated," the second person said, also rushing over. "What a joke. What kind of fated people are you?" The third person sneered and also rushed towards the stone tower. All of them believed that they were fated and rushed towards the stone tower. That was because there were not only treasures in the stone tower, but also spirit swords. More than a dozen saint-level experts rushed towards the stone tower. When the others saw this, they were immediately overjoyed. They let these newcomers fight with the Shark clan while they took the opportunity to break into the stone tower and seize the treasures. In the previous battle, they understood that if it weren't for the assistance of more than a dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan, no matter how powerful the Jade Emperor Shark was, it couldn't have killed them like chopping vegetables. The ideal was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. More than a dozen saints rushed over, but they were immediately blocked by the Emperor Shark clan's experts. A battle ensued. The saint-level experts of the great Emperor Shark clan were extremely powerful, and they worked together seamlessly. They could do 2 or 3 things with one part of their strength. However, those saint-level experts did not know each other, and they were like a plate of loose sand. How could they be a match for them? In just one exchange, 3 human saints were surrounded and killed. This intimidated the other saints, and they immediately retreated. The saint-level experts of the great Emperor Shark clan gave up and returned to their original position. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to prevent that human from escaping, they definitely wouldn't have let these humans go. Even though they didn't chase after them, their ferocious gazes and baleful auras made the human saints shiver. "If you dare take another step forward, we'll kill you without mercy," shouted one of the great Emperor Shark clan saints. "Scram! Otherwise, when the young master comes out, it'll be the time of your death." The 2 threats shocked and angered the human saints, but they didn't dare to approach. They could only retreat. There was no helping it. The great Emperor Shark clan was stronger than them, unless an even stronger human saint arrived. However, at this time the high-level and mid-level saints had already ventured deeper into the ancient sacred city. How could this be? Jade Emperor Shark was extremely shocked. He was from the great Emperor Shark clan. He was born much stronger than humans, and he had monstrous talent. Adding on the fact that he had broken through in the eternal sacred city, he had obtained even greater benefits. His bloodline had been further purified, thickened, and awakened, reaching the level of 1-star saint. Altogether, he could even kill an ordinary 2-star saint. Yet, he couldn't do anything to a human at the early stage of Nirvana stage. Chu Mu was also a little surprised. This great Emperor Shark clan's strength was truly strong. He was only an early stage 1-star saint, but he was so strong. Even an ordinary early stage 3-star saint wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him. With such strength, if he faced Chu Mu at the 8th sky of Nirvana stage, Chu Mu wouldn't be able to defeat him without using a secret technique. But now it was different. After a few sword strikes, Chu Mu suppressed Jade Emperor Shark. Mad Shark Explosion. Being suppressed by Chu Mu. Even if he didn't want to admit it, Jade Emperor Shark could only accept it. He used the secret technique of the great Emperor Shark clan. A terrifying aura exploded, and a powerful force spread out. It was unstoppable, forcing Chu Mu back. It was as if something had come to life on the Jade Emperor Shark's body and condensed into a crimson shark. That crimson shark seemed to have rushed out of the surface of the sea. With a leap, it rapidly descended like a meteor and entered the Jade Emperor Shark's body. Immediately after that, the Jade Emperor Shark's aura began to rise steadily. It grew increasingly powerful and berserk. Jade Emperor Shark's body, which didn't seem very strong, bulged, and his body grew larger. A terrifying power surged within his body, and a shocking, baleful aura spread out. Sharks were originally bloodthirsty, and their killing intent was shocking. As a member of the great Emperor Shark clan, he was like a shark. Not to mention, he was a royal clan of the great Emperor Shark clan. Under the Mad Shark explosion, Jade Emperor Shark's strength increased tenfold. Die. With a roar, Jade Emperor Shark slashed out. The sword light of the sawtooth sword was extremely shocking. It slashed towards Chu Mu. The power of this attack was more than 10 times stronger than before. "The one who's going to die is you," Chu Mu directly used Sword God Descends. A terrifying sharpness filled his body, and Sword Chi left after images. His true body appeared beside Jade Emperor Shark, stabbing out. Clouds were faintly discernible. The sword broke through the sea of clouds, piercing through the void, stabbing towards Jade Emperor Shark. In that instant, Jade Emperor Shark felt an extreme sense of danger, as if death was about to descend. Sadly, he found that he couldn't dodge this sword. He could only watch as the sword light pierced through the void, piercing through the sea of clouds, stabbing towards him. Am I going to die? Jade Emperor Shark was both shocked and furious. He was filled with unwillingness. Entering the myriad ancient sacred city was an opportunity. Because of the environment of the myriad ancient sacred city, when he broke through to the saint level, he had gained quite a bit of benefits. He had truly stepped into the circle of powerful beings. His exciting life had just begun. In the future, he would become the leader of the Emperor Shark race. He would lead the shark race and dominate the blue sea. With such a bright future ahead of him, how could he die here? Jade Emperor Shark screamed in his heart. However, he couldn't change the fact that he was pierced by Chu Mu's sword. At this moment, he finally understood that there was a clear difference between his strength and this nirvana state human. It seemed like it was a little too late to realize this. In the blink of an eye, a powerful energy surged out from within Jade Emperor Shark's body. This was the power of his bloodline. After breaking through to the saint level in the myriad ancient sacred city, Jade Emperor Shark's bloodline had awakened. His strength was even stronger than before. However, he still couldn't control the awakening power of his bloodline. At this moment of life and death, Jade Emperor Shark's bloodline had finally awakened. This was beyond his expectations. A rumbling sound boomed out from within Jade Emperor Shark's body. His blood surged endlessly like a tidal wave. Jade Emperor Shark's skin turned red, as though it was stained with blood. A terrifying aura surged up into the heavens. A ferocious energy surged out from within his body, clashing against Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu could only feel that the moment his sword was about to pierce through Jade Emperor Shark, it slowed down. It was as though it had sunk into a swamp, unable to move forward. This power... Jade Emperor Shark's heart was filled with shock. Not only was he not killed by Chu Mu, he had even triggered a power that he couldn't control after his bloodline had awakened. This feeling of power was as though every single move of his could unleash an unimaginable amount of power that could shatter mountains and shatter the earth. Human, your death has arrived. Jade Emperor Shark laughed maniacally. Not necessarily. Chu Mu smirked coldly as he slashed out with his sword once more. God slaying sword style. A terrifying aura surged out at Jade Emperor Shark's mind. Jade Emperor Shark did not dare to take it head-on as he dodged hurriedly. The moment he moved, he was sent flying to the side uncontrollably, slamming into the walls of the stone tower, causing a series of cracks to appear. *T. I can't control the power of my bloodline yet. Jade Emperor Shark realized that things weren't looking good for him. Even though he was extremely strong right now and was definitely stronger than the other party, the problem was that he couldn't control his power properly. That might turn into a disadvantage instead. At this moment, Jade Emperor Shark's face changed. He could feel the power of his bloodline fading away. There was nothing he could do about it. This process wasn't under his control at all. Decisively abandoning the armor, the Jade Emperor Shark smashed through the stone tower and rushed out. Let's go. He passed down the order to the saint state powerful beings of the Emperor Shark race. The moment he landed, he bolted out. The tens of saint state powerful beings of the Emperor Shark race thought that Jade Emperor Shark must have gotten his hands on the treasure, so they chased after him. He's pretty fast at escaping. Looking at Jade Emperor Shark leaving swiftly, Chu Mu chuckled secretly. He had no intentions of chasing after him. Firstly, the armor was here. Secondly, There were tens of saint-state powerful beings of the Emperor Shark race guarding him. It would be hard to kill him. The moment Jade Emperor Shark left, Chu Mu was the only one left within the stone tower. In the end, I'm the fated one. Chu Mu thought to himself evilly. His power of God's spirit spread out, wrapping around the armor and seeping in rapidly. Raising his sword, he slashed out over 100 times. Every single sword struck the same spot, breaking through the protective barrier. Keep. With a single thought, his power of God's spirit coiled around the exquisite armor, causing it to disappear and reappear within his personal space. What Chu Mu did not know was that the moment the armor appeared within his personal space, the woman within the crystal coffin that Chu Mu had placed within twitched her finger ever so slightly. Chapter 1514. The person in the crystal coffin only moved for an instant. It was very subtle, so Chu Mu didn't notice it. With the armor in hand, Chu Mu released his spiritual power, covering every corner of the stone tower. He carefully looked for other treasures, but he didn't find anything. It seemed that the only treasure in the tower was the armor. As for what kind of treasure the armor was, Chu Mu didn't know. He planned to find some time to study it. Now wasn't the right time. Outside the stone tower, after Emperor Shark Jade left, the dozen saint-level experts of the Emperor Shark clan also left. It seems that the treasures in the tower have been taken by the Emperor Shark clan. Unfortunately, I didn't get a share. Although the treasure has been taken away, I can feel that the wisp of spirituality is still in the stone tower. Light flashed in the eyes of the one-star sword saint who was chasing after them. He leaped and rapidly approached the stone tower. At the same time, Chu Mu jumped out of the tower and landed. It's him. The spiritual sword is on him. As soon as Chu Mu appeared, several gazes fell on him. The sword saint also changed direction and rushed toward Chu Mu, holding the sky-piercing saint sword tightly. Sword chi was oppressive. Nirvana realm, hand over the spiritual sword. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place. The sword saint was the first to approach Chu Mu. He raised his sword, and a terrifying sharpness condensed. His voice was cold and murderous. The spiritual sword is on me. Come and get it if you can. Chu Mu smiled, not afraid at all. A mere one-star sword saint. Unless he was a monster, how could he fight against him? And how many monsters were there? One could meet them easily. You're courting death. Hearing this, the one-star sword saint was enraged. He slashed down, and sword light shot out recklessly, turning into a lightning ball. The lightning ball spun crazily, with spikes on its edges. The spiked lightning ball carried a terrifying power and shot toward Chu Mu. Once it hit, it would most likely blow Chu Mu's body to pieces. Of course, this was only the one-star sword saint's imagination. Shit, we need to hurry. The faces of the other martial saints changed. They weren't worried that Chu Mu would be killed. Instead, they were worried that the spiritual sword would be snatched away by someone else. As far as they were concerned, seizing a spirit sword from the hands of a rebirth realm expert was easier than seizing a spirit sword from the hands of a sword saint. In the next moment, they all stopped in their tracks, their faces full of shock. A dazzling sword light bloomed in the hands of the Nirvana realm martial artist. It slashed across the sky and left a clear mark in the void, which lingered for a long time. The spiky lightning ball that was spinning at high speed was split apart by Chu Mu's sword light. The sword light did not dissipate. It was still forcefully condensing as it charged towards that one-star sword saint. This change was too great and completely unexpected. The speed of Chu Mu's sword light was also very fast. It was simply impossible to dodge. The one-star sword saint could only look on helplessly as the resplendent sword light slashed towards him. It entered his forehead and came out. A single sword strike had split a one-star sword saint into two halves. Even if he was only a one-star sword saint, he was still a martial saint. How could he be killed by a Nirvana realm martial artist? Demon. This lad is definitely a demon. What's there to be afraid of? There are more than 10 of us. Let's join forces and kill him. That's right. Now that we have offended him, if we allow him to grow, he will definitely not let us off. With one sentence of encouragement, the remaining 12 martial saints joined forces and surrounded Chu-Mu to kill him. These 12 martial saints were all low-level martial saints. Most of them were 1 or 2 stars. Only one of them was 3 stars. The 5 spirit tribe members were still watching from afar. They were very clear that these 12 human low-level martial saints would not be able to do anything to that Nirvana realm martial artist. As expected, once the battle began, Chu-Mu was besieged. Between advancing and retreating, he seemed to be at ease and calm. I already gave you a chance to leave just now. I didn't expect you to be so stupid as to choose the path of death, Chu-Mu said indifferently. The heaven-slash sword drew a half-arc in front of him and beheaded him. He did not use any powerful sword techniques. He only swung his sword normally. However, with his sword origin of the 9th heaven of Nirvana and physical strength, as well as the eternal sword intent of the sacred level and the sword strength at the peak of the 8th level, it was terrifying. To deal with an ordinary 1-star martial saint, Chu-Mu did not need to use any powerful sword technique. Under the raging sword light, 3 1-star martial saints were killed by Chu-Mu in the blink of an eye. It was extremely shocking. He used the silent sword technique and stabbed out silently. A 2-star martial saint was killed. One after another they died. In the end, only that 3-star martial saint was left. This 3-star martial saint was only at the early stage. He was not a match for Chu-Mu at all. However, without using any powerful sword technique, Chu-Mu could not kill him. If it was before, he still had a chance to escape. However, now that he was facing Chu-Mu alone, he could not escape even if he wanted to. This was because Chu-Mu's sword light seemed to be everywhere, cutting off all his escape routes. Damn it, why is it so difficult to deal with him? This 3-star martial saint was shocked and furious. Earlier, this early-stage 9th heavens of the Nirvana realm had killed more than a dozen 1-star saint level and 2-star saint level experts with ease. Now it was his turn. Let me go. Otherwise, I will self-destruct and drag you down with me. The 3-star martial saint threatened Chu-Mu. You can try. Chu-Mu ignored the other party's threat. Instead, he laughed. Unless it was a last resort, who would be willing to self-destruct? This 3-star martial saint was only threatening Chu-Mu. He did not dare to do it at all. He was extremely shocked and furious. He secretly made up his mind and immediately mobilized all the energy in his body. It became violent and quickly condensed in his body. As it contracted and expanded, it seemed like it was going to explode. Under Chu-Mu's coercion, this 3-star martial saint actually lost his mind and wanted to self-destruct. If he succeeded in self-destructing, he would definitely die. Chu-Mu would also not be able to survive. The power of a 3-star martial saint's self-destruction would kill even a 4-star martial saint at such a close distance. Although he said that, Chu-Mu would definitely not let the other party succeed in self-destructing. His expression was cold and solemn, but he appeared to be calm as he drew his sword. The god-slaying sword style attacked the other party's mind and caused the other party's self-destruction to pause for a moment. The star-breaking sword style was used, and the sword pierced towards the other party's forehead. The terrifying sharpness caused the other party to tremble. Thousands of clouds flashed, and a beam of sword light, extremely condensed and extremely fine, pierced through the clouds and hit the self-destructing 3-star martial saint's forehead. Under the control of the eternal sword will, it pierced through the other party's primordial spirit and strangled it, causing the primordial spirit to shatter and his soul to be destroyed. Having lost control, the gathered energy that was continuously contracting and expanding loosened and rushed towards the other party's limbs and bones. Under the loss of control, the other party's body was directly smashed into pieces like a rag doll. Naturally, the The space rings of these martial saints all became Chumu's spoils of war. After a brief inspection, these martial saints had more or less gained something since entering the eternal sacred city. Adding it all up, it was not bad. This made Chumu nod secretly. As expected, it was easy to get rich from the dead. Glancing into the distance, these people decisively retreated, afraid that Chumu would become addicted to killing and attack them. Seeing this scene, Chumu couldn't help but smile. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the center of the eternal sacred city. What a terrifying monster of the human race! One of the 5 spirit tribe members wiped his cold sweat. Even more terrifying than the Emperor Shark clan's monster. How could such a monster appear in the human race? It's hard to imagine. Compared to the Sky Race's monster, he's probably not much inferior. Young Master, how do you feel now? A saint of the Emperor Shark clan asked with concern. This concern came from the bottom of his heart because Emperor Shark Jade was the young master of the Emperor Shark clan, the future successor of the Emperor Shark clan. They were all Emperor Shark Jade's guards. I'm fine. Just now, my bloodline power was activated. Emperor Shark Jade breathed out. Bloodline power activated. The guards were all overjoyed. The Monarch Shark clan was said to have the bloodline of the ancient Saint Beast Monarch Shark. When the concentration of the bloodline reached a certain level and its purity reached a certain level, it would be able to activate the power of the bloodline and possess the demeanor of the ancient Saint Beast Monarch Shark. In the entire Emperor Shark clan, there were very few experts capable of activating their bloodline power, not more than 10. And now, Emperor Shark Jade was one more. What they didn't know was that Emperor Shark Jade's bloodline power wasn't activated on his own accord. It was activated during a life and death situation. Emperor Shark Jade didn't say anything because it was too embarrassing. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. The dozen or so low-level saint-level experts of the great Emperor Shark clan all said happily, "Oh, right, young master. What treasure is inside the stone tower?" One of the guards was curious. "I didn't obtain any treasure." Speaking of treasures, Emperor Shark Jade's handsome face flashed with a trace of gloominess. "You didn't?" The guards were astonished. Their young master had activated his bloodline power. At that time, his strength must have been even more terrifying. How could he not have gotten any treasure? My bloodline power was accidentally activated. It's too strong and I can't control it well. It's not good for battle. Emperor Shark Jade explained simply, even though that human is only at the nirvana state, his strength is frightening. He's not any weaker than me. He's definitely a demon-level talent of the human race. Emperor Shark Jade was still lying. Chu Mu's strength wasn't any weaker than his. In fact, it was stronger. If not for the fact that he accidentally activated his bloodline power at the critical moment, he would have been a dead soul under Chu Mu's sword. What? He's that strong? That human looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Human race, nirvana state, demon-level talent. He looks familiar. One of the guards mumbled. Instantly, the other guards were shocked. He's Chu Mu, the demon-level talent of the human race who slaughtered tens of thousands of our clan's warriors at the Blue Sea. Chu Mu. Damn it. So it's him. If I knew it was him, I would have killed him even if I had to risk my life. All the saint-level beings of the Emperor Shark clan were enraged. Towards Chu Mu, they had a deep hatred. Emperor Shark Jade's eyes shone with a cold glint. So, you're Chu Mu. Very well. Once I master the activation of my bloodline power, it'll be your death date. Chapter 1515. Battles and killings continued to take place in the ancient sacred city. Tormented spirits appeared and were either killed for their crystals or absorbed their vitality to strengthen themselves. Spiritual herbs and treasures were the main topics of the competition. The deeper one went into the ancient sacred city, the higher the chances of encountering opportunities and treasures. At the same time, one would encounter stronger opponents. There were no small, tormented spirits in sight. The weakest one was a big, tormented spirit. Chu Mu even encountered a tormented spirit general. Fortunately, the tormented spirit general was fighting with a 5-star martial saint, so Chu Mu was not pursued. Otherwise, it would have been very dangerous. The deeper he went into the ancient sacred city, the more Chu Mu realized that he was not strong enough. In the early stage of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm, although his real battle strength was comparable to that of a 3-star martial saint, and he would be even more powerful if he used his secret method, it was still not enough. If he encountered the 5-star martial saint, he would have to use the trump card given by the elders of the real sword sect. Unfortunately, it could only be used once. Strength. Chu Mu needed more strength to go deeper into the ancient sacred city. He needed to fight for treasures with other experts and survive the pursuit of tormented spirits. His next goal was to reach the eternal realm. Now that he was at the early stage of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm, Chu Mu could break through to the eternal realm if he wanted to. However, he would not destroy his future because he could reach the peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm and consolidate his foundation before breaking through to the eternal realm. I need to find a safe place and use the spiritual pool to refine treasures and increase my cultivation, Chu Mu thought to himself. His current strength was an obstacle. Increasing his cultivation was a way to increase his strength. Without the spiritual pool, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the 9th sky of Nirvana realm, even though the heaven and earth yuan qi in the ancient sacred city was extremely rich. However, with the spiritual pool and many treasures, things were different. The spiritual pool was the main reason why Chu Mu could increase his cultivation in such a short time. Without the spiritual pool, it was unknown if he could reach the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. If Chu Mu's current cultivation was not at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, then he would most likely still be in the Kanglan dynasty. Even if he came to the ancient domain, he would not be qualified to enter the ancient sacred city. At that time, when he was at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, he had not mastered many abilities. No matter how powerful his talent was, he could not fight against a martial saint. Even the lowest martial saint, who was at the beginning of the 1st star martial saint, could not do it. The improvement of his cultivation, the strengthening of his various aspects, and the mastery of various abilities were the foundation of his true strength. There was a saying in the world of cultivation since ancient times. Cultivation is the foundation of everything. In some people's minds, the higher the cultivation, the better. However, this was only a superficial understanding. Cultivation was the foundation of everything, and it referred to opportunities. One needed to have sufficient cultivation to support it. Otherwise, if an opportunity was right in front of one's eyes and one was within reach, but one couldn't activate it because one's cultivation was insufficient, it was equivalent to not obtaining it at all. Or, if one's cultivation was insufficient, it was clearly right in front of one's eyes, but one couldn't break through its defenses to obtain it. Those who did not have the corresponding experience would not be able to understand the true meaning of the phrase, cultivation is the foundation of everything. For example, Chu Mu had experienced a lot, so he understood it better. When encountering an opportunity, one's cultivation was insufficient, one couldn't activate it or couldn't obtain it. Or, when one was clearly about to obtain it, it would be snatched away by someone with a higher cultivation. Even if one had already obtained the opportunity, one would still be killed because one's cultivation was insufficient. For example, a spiritual sword in the hands of a Nirvana realm cultivator was a sin. However, in the hands of a sword saint, it could be of help. Of course, Chu Mu was an exception. In short, after thinking about it for a while, Chu Mu increasingly understood the importance of cultivation. Only when one's cultivation was sufficient could one compete for more opportunities, obtain more opportunities, and be able to support greater strength. After spending 5 days, Chu Mu finally found a relatively safe place. This was a tower. Previously, there was a protective layer around it, but the treasure had been taken away. Chu Mu saw clearly that the person who took the treasure was a 6-star martial saint expert. Naturally, the person who was competing with him was also a mid-level martial saint expert. Chu Mu had no room to interfere. The tower didn't suffer much damage because the 6-star martial saint who took the treasure wasn't an ordinary 6-star martial saint. He suppressed everyone with his own strength and took the treasure away calmly. After losing the treasure, no one paid attention to the tower anymore. The tower itself was made of good materials. It was very sturdy and covered all 4 sides. It was almost impossible to see inside unless one entered. There was no such thing as absolute safety in the ancient sacred city. It was only relative. He calmly set up layers of seals. The outermost layer was naturally a seal to isolate aura. Then there were defensive seals, offensive seals, and so on. Chu Mu was at the center of the seal. He took out a spiritual pool and a large number of treasures. He threw them into the spiritual pool and converted them into pure spiritual energy. A person's cultivation talent was very important. It was related to the limit of one's cultivation. For example, a 3rd grade cultivation talent could definitely reach the nirvana realm. However, it was almost impossible to reach the eternal realm. Previously, Chu Mu's cultivation talent was at the 3rd grade cultivation talent. Now, after going through nirvana again and again, his cultivation talent had improved and was infinitely close to the 2nd grade cultivation talent. Chu Mu had a feeling that as long as his cultivation reached the peak of the 9th sky of nirvana realm and triggered the eternal tribulation, his cultivation talent would improve again. He would break through the 3rd grade cultivation talent and reach the 2nd grade cultivation talent. At that time, he would be able to reach the eternal realm and become a martial saint expert. Not every cultivator had the same ability as Chu Mu. Every time he went through nirvana, there would be a strange phenomenon. Under the continuous strange phenomenon, it would drive his cultivation talent. Therefore, every time other nirvana realm cultivators went through nirvana, their cultivation talent would only improve slightly. Not long after, the many treasures in the spiritual pool were converted into pure spiritual energy. Chu Mu jumped into the spiritual pool. The clothes on his body disappeared and his skin came into contact with the spiritual energy. The pure spiritual energy immediately seeped into Chu Mu's skin. The divine wilderness sword art revolved and a suction force appeared. It directly absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy into his body. In his meridians, it was like the water of a great river. It surged endlessly and merged into the divine wilderness sword essence. It was quickly absorbed and assimilated by the divine wilderness sword essence. It increased the quantity of the divine wilderness sword essence and purified its quality. The improvement of one's cultivation was not only an increase in quantity, but also in quality. At this time, sitting in the spiritual pool, surrounded by pure spiritual energy, it was as if he was in the middle of clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword essence was increasing and purifying at a speed that he could clearly feel. This cultivation speed was many times faster than when he absorbed heaven-earth yuan qi from the outside world. It was far from being comparable. While the divine wilderness sword essence was increasing, a surge of energy flowed through his body. His organs, bones, meridians, and muscles were all impacted by the pure energy. Every impact would strengthen his organs, bones, meridians, and muscles. His physique was also strengthened. His strength, defense, speed, and other aspects were also increasing. Chu Mu cultivated both qi and body refinement. Spiritual energy was a special kind of energy. It was different from heaven, earth, yuan qi. This kind of energy was extremely rare and would only appear in special environments. It could be used to quickly refine and increase one's qi and body refinement cultivation without any side effects. Until now, other than the spiritual pool, Chu Mu had never seen any other kind of spiritual energy. Speaking of which, the spiritual pool was really a treasure. It was extremely important for a Nirvana realm cultivator. If the passers-by didn't intentionally get close to observe, they wouldn't be able to discover Chu-Mu in the tower. Thus, Chu-Mu could be at ease and wholeheartedly absorb the spirit energy in the spirit pool to refine and raise his own cultivation. Half a day later, Chu-Mu's cultivation had increased from the early ninth heaven of Nirvana realm to the middle ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. This kind of speed was really shocking. One had to know that Chu-Mu was not the kind of person who had been in the early ninth heaven of Nirvana realm for a long time. He had just broken through to the early ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. In just half a day, he had broken through from the early ninth heaven of Nirvana realm to the middle ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. It was an incomparable speed, and there were no side effects. This time, Chu-Mu had consumed a lot of spiritual energy in the spiritual pool. The higher one's cultivation, the more spiritual energy one needed to refine for each small realm increase. In the past, the spiritual pool that was filled to the brim with spiritual energy was enough for Chu-Mu to advance by one heavenly layer and 2 or 3 small realms. But now, the spiritual energy that filled the spiritual pool had consumed more than half of it. The remaining spiritual energy was not enough for Chu-Mu to break through to the late ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. Chu-Mu simply stopped cultivating and took out a large number of treasures and dropped them into the spiritual pool. The spiritual pool began to revolve and refine the treasures into new spiritual energy. After a period of time, the spiritual pool was finally filled to the brim with spiritual energy again. Chu-Mu began cultivating again with the majestic spiritual energy. Another half a day later, more than 70% of the spiritual energy in the spiritual pool had been absorbed by Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu's cultivation had also successfully advanced from the middle ninth heaven of Nirvana realm to the late ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. At this moment, a huge mysterious aura came from afar. When Chu-Mu sensed it through the seal, it was already very weak, but Chu-Mu still caught it. What kind of fluctuation is this? Chu-Mu was secretly puzzled. This kind of fluctuation did not seem to be man-made because the aura was not the same. If it was not the aura of an expert, then it was the aura of a treasure, or an aura related to a treasure. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu-Mu decided to wait until his cultivation had advanced again and reached the peak of the ninth heaven of Nirvana realm before exploring. If it was some kind of treasure, it would most likely have been taken away. But if it was related to a treasure, perhaps there was still a chance to snatch it. The stronger one was, the greater the chance of snatching it. The strength of the peak of the ninth heaven of Nirvana realm was several times weaker than that of the early ninth heaven of Nirvana realm. With this thought, Chu-Mu took out a large number of treasures and dropped them into the spiritual pool. Chapter 1516. A powerful aura emerged from Chu-Mu's body and soared into the sky. The spiritual energy in the spiritual pool was completely absorbed and refined. Chu-Mu's cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. I'll consolidate for a while and break through to the eternal realm before leaving the eternal sacred city, Chu-Mu thought. Breaking through in the eternal sacred city would bring him greater benefits. If he had any doubts before, Chu-Mu was convinced after the ninth Nirvana realm. He believed that the eternal tribulation would bring Chu-Mu even greater benefits. With a thought, the star robe appeared on his body and the spiritual pool was kept in his pocket space. Chu-Mu got up and removed the layers of seals. He quickly left in the direction of the aura. After removing the seals, Chu-Mu could still feel traces of aura. This meant that if it was a treasure, it hadn't been taken away yet. Otherwise, it wasn't a treasure. His cultivation rose from the early ninth sky of Nirvana realm to the peak of the ninth sky of Nirvana realm. His legs were like wheels as he sped away. The further he went, the stronger the aura Chu-Mu felt. A door of light stood in the middle of a ruined palace. The door of light was about 3 meters tall and was semi-oval in shape. A ray of light swam around the edge of the door of light at a uniform speed. causing the door of light to be sometimes bright and sometimes dark. When people came here and saw the light gate, they quickly entered it. The aura Chu-Mu felt was emitted by the light gate. Standing in front of the light gate, Chu-Mu released his spiritual energy. When he entered the light gate, he felt as if he had traveled through time and space and entered another world. So it's a small world. Chu-Mu suddenly understood. Perhaps it was triggered by someone, causing the small world gate to appear and allowing him to enter the small world. The eternal sacred city was huge. There were countless experts and powerful forces in the past. No one knew why they disappeared. However, from the ruins of the eternal sacred city, it could be inferred that there must have been an extremely fierce battle that led to the destruction of the eternal sacred city. However, what was the battle for? What kind of battle? Was the battle between 2 parties, 3 parties, or even more? All of this was like a puzzle. But no matter what, a force that could own a small world was definitely not simple, whether it was in the ancient times or now. The small world might contain the inheritance of that force. Even if there was no inheritance, there should be many treasures. Without hesitation, Chu-Mu stepped forward and walked into the door of light. Traces of warm aura surrounded his body. Chu-Mu could feel traces of clear and pure yang aura. Beside him there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet stood tall on the ground with 3 large words written on it. Profound Sun Realm. Profound Yang Realm. Chu-Mu read it once. This small world is called the Profound Sun World. Then it can be inferred that the forces that once owned this world must have the 2 words Profound Sun in their name. Profound Sun Sect, Profound Sun Sect, etc. No matter what the name of that force was, it was no longer important because it had already disappeared. The ground of the Profound Yang Realm was reddish-brown while the sky had traces of red. Sparse red clouds floated in the sky, formed by the condensation of pure Yang Qi. After Chu-Mu entered, others immediately followed. Human race. 9th heavenly layer nirvana can actually reach here. There must be treasures. Hand over the treasures, human. After Chu-Mu, it was the sea race. Looking at their appearance, they were not from the shark race, but the sea serpent race. Although the sea serpent race was not as strong as the emperor shark race, they were still one of the few powerful races of the sea race. The physique of the sea serpent race was not much stronger than the human race, let alone the emperor shark race and the whale king race. However, the sea serpent race's body was very flexible, twisting like a snake. Their flexibility was amazing, which made their attacks very strange. Moreover, the sea serpent race also had poison that could paralyze the nerves, reduce the reaction time, freeze the blood, etc. It was very terrifying. The 3 sea serpent race experts were all low-level saint experts. Moreover, they were all 3-star saint experts. The strongest one was a late 3-star saint expert. Just nice. I'll use you guys to test my sword. Chu-Mu looked at the 3 sea serpent race experts and smiled. With the increase of his cultivation base, the Eternal Spirit Sword had also completed its transformation and could be used. However, Chu-Mu did not plan to use the Eternal Spirit Sword immediately. He would first use the Heaven Slash sword to fight the enemy and see how strong he was now. If he couldn't, he would use the Eternal Spirit Sword. Both sides had killing intent. Even if Chu-Mu really handed over the treasures, the 3 sea serpent race experts would not let Chu-Mu go. They just wanted to enjoy the pleasure of bullying the human race. The sword light jumped in the void and slashed at the sea serpent race expert on the left. Chu-Mu's sudden attack was unexpected by the 3 sea serpent race experts. You dare to attack? I have to admire your courage. Puny human, I won't let you die so quickly. The sea serpent race expert, who was targeted by Chu-Mu, revealed a cold smile and hissed. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his eyes because Chu-Mu's slash suddenly turned into a stab. It was silent and its speed increased rapidly. With a strong sense of crisis, the sea serpent race expert's neck twisted strangely and narrowly avoided Chu Mu's silent sword move. The tip of the sword almost brushed past his head, and that kind of coldness made him feel scared. He thought that this sword move would work, but he didn't expect it to be dodged. This was beyond Chu Mu's expectations. He didn't expect the body of the sea serpent race to be so strange that it could twist at will. Although he didn't stab the sea serpent race expert, Chu Mu didn't panic. Instead, he displayed excellent fighting skills. The sword that he stabbed out turned and slashed out. The neck of the sea serpent race expert quickly shrank, and the tip of the sword cut close to his scalp. The cold feeling made him even more shocked. While the other two sea serpents were shocked, they quickly reacted and realized that this human was definitely a terrifying monster who had to be killed. They attacked. The sea serpent race expert in the middle stretched out his arm in a strange way. His palm turned green and emitted a sour and fishy smell. He instantly slapped at Chu Mu with a weak breath. The smell was the first to hit Chu Mu, making him feel dizzy. He quickly held his breath. The sea serpent race expert on the right had his fingers turned into claws. His fingernails grew a few inches long and looked like short daggers. There was a layer of green luster on them. It was another poison. The most disgusting thing about the sea serpent race was their poison. The sea serpent race expert on the left, who dodged Chu Mu's sword, also attacked. He stretched his arm, and his 5 fingers formed the shape of a snake's mouth. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, he shot at Chu Mu. In an instant, Chu Mu was facing the attacks of 3 3-star martial saints of the sea serpent race. Fearless in the face of danger, he cast the sword chi shadow, causing the attacks of the 3 sea serpents to miss and only shatter Chu Mu's sword chi shadow. His real body appeared beside him and stabbed out with his sword. His power condensed and starlight flashed. It was the star-shattering sword style. The 3 sea serpents were at least mid-3-star martial saints. Their bodies were also very strange. Ordinary sword techniques were not much of a threat to them. Only top-notch sword styles could. The star-shattering sword style shocked the sea serpent race experts. They quickly twisted their bodies, dodged, and counterattacked. The physical strength of the sea serpent race was not strong. They were about the same as the human race in a head-on fight. They were not ranked among the sea race. The sea serpent race also knew where their flaws were. Therefore, they only worked on their skills. With their superb combat skills and the sea serpent race's incomparably flexible body, their skills were further sublimated and became even more profound and terrifying. Coincidentally, Chu Mu's combat talent was unparalleled, and his combat skills were also very profound. In close combat, he could fight against 3 sea serpents alone. The saint-level eternal sword intent was incomparably tyrannical. It controlled all of Chu Mu's power. That's right, Chu Mu's sword power had also broken through the peak of the 8th level and reached the 9th level. In addition, there was also the true intent, divine wilderness sword essence, physical strength, and so on. All of his powers were perfectly integrated and condensed into one. They were integrated into every sword move, and every sword move he performed had an incomparably terrifying power. The more they fought, the uglier and gloomier the faces of the 3 sea serpent race experts became. They were so gloomy that they looked like dark clouds that were about to drip water. The 3-star saint-level experts couldn't do anything to a human Nirvana realm expert, even if he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. As such, the killing intent in the hearts of the 3 sea serpent race experts was even more determined. This human was definitely a super monster. He had to die, he had to die. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the attack power, the faster the speed, and the weirder the trajectory. However, no matter how strong and weird the attacks of the 3 sea serpents were, they could not do anything to Chu Mu. In terms of strength, Chu Mu was not inferior to any of them. This was because the physiques of the 3 sea serpents were only at the ordinary level. On the other hand, Chu Mu was a physique refiner. With the combination of physique refinement and chi refinement coupled with the 9th level sword power, he was extremely terrifying. In terms of skills, this was Chu Mu's forte. In the 5 realms of swordsmanship, under the sword intent, the attacking intent of the 3 sea serpents would be detected by Chu Mu. Chu Mu also kept moving around and using the sword Chi Shadow to avoid being surrounded by the 3 sea serpents. Otherwise, if the 3 of them surrounded Chu Mu's dodging would definitely be affected. He didn't want to be hit because it contained terrible toxins. With a sword in hand, it could be strong, fast, domineering, slow, light, soft, and so on. Each sword carried a different force. It led, broke, and resisted. It blocked and counterattacked the attacks of the Sea Serpent clan's experts. The weapons of the 3 sea serpents were their hands. Their skin could harden and become flexible in an instant. When the sword hit them, it would be slippery and difficult to exert force. Their fingernails contained terrible toxins. When one breathed in, one would smell a strong sour and fishy smell. One had to hold their breath to not be affected. However, if one was hit, even if one was not injured, the toxins would seep into one's body and cause damage. As the 4 of them fought, another person entered the mystic Yang realm. He was shocked and quickly dodged. When he saw the 4 people fighting fiercely and saw Chu Mu, the shock in his heart was incomparable. A human Nirvana realm expert was actually able to handle the siege of 3 sea serpents with ease. Chapter 1517. Am I dreaming? A Nirvana realm martial artist can actually fight against 3 3-star saint-level martial artists by himself? After that, another dozen or so people entered the profound sun realm. When they saw the 4 people fighting not far away, they were extremely shocked. Their hearts were like raging waves. Of these dozen or so people, some were saint-level experts of the human clan. Some were from the Sea clan, some were from the 5 Spirit clan, and 2 were from the Tian clan. At this moment, all of their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions. Even the Tian clan's saint-level experts, who had always given off an elegant and noble feeling, were no exception. How can this human be so monstrous? This kind of talent is too terrifying. This human! After the 2 Tian clan people conversed for a moment, a hint of coldness flashed across each other's eyes. This kind of monstrous genius of the human clan was not inferior to the monstrous genius of the Tian clan. No, even though they were unwilling to admit it, this human monstrous genius was definitely stronger than the vast majority of the Tian clan's monstrous geniuses. The Tian clan was publicly recognized as the #1 clan in the deep blue world. Although there weren't many of them, every single one of them was a genius. Any one of them would be a true genius if they were placed in the human clan. Within the Tian clan, there were many peerless geniuses, and there were even more monstrous geniuses. They were born noble and had outstanding talent. They were the top clan in the deep blue world and were #1. No other clan was more outstanding than them, and no other clan could even compare to them. Any clan would have to lower their heads in front of the Tian clan. Over time, the Tian clan had developed an incomparably arrogant personality. They were born with the feeling that they were superior to others and were above other clans. Therefore, they couldn't see that other clans could be more outstanding than their Tian clan. Killing intent grew in their hearts, but they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they watched. They didn't believe that the 3 3-star saint-level experts of the Sea Snake clan couldn't kill a human Nirvana realm martial artist. The Sea clan people weren't from the Sea Snake clan, so they didn't immediately attack. The human clan also watched. The 5 Spirit clan also watched from the side to see the final result. Chu Mu and the others also knew that the others had arrived and were watching. After fighting for a long time, the 3 powerhouses of the Sea Serpent clan felt that they had lost a lot of face and attacked even more ruthlessly. Apart from not using any secret techniques, they seemed to be doing their best. His arms were like snakes, and the shadows of snakes appeared and danced in the air, filling the surroundings. Waves of stench filled the air, and even the two celestial race people had no choice but to retreat. Although they were very strong, they were only 2-star saints, and their strength was at most equivalent to an ordinary human clan 3-star saint. The battle became more and more intense. Under the siege of the 3 sea serpents, the pressure on Chu-Mu gradually increased. "It seems that my current strength is roughly at this level," Chu-Mu said to himself. Without using any secret techniques, fighting 3-star martial saints was not a problem. However, if there was one more, it would be difficult to handle. Now that he had a rough idea of his current strength, it was time to end the battle. With this thought, wisps of spirituality appeared in his left hand. Soon after, a sword appeared in his hand, emitting an indestructible aura. Eternal Spirit Sword. With 2 swords in hand, especially one of them being the Eternal Spirit Sword, Chu-Mu's aura rose steadily, and an indestructible aura surrounded his body. The 2 swords launched an attack, and the power of the attack more than doubled. The 4 great sword moves of the stab formula and the 4 great sword moves of the slash formula were continuously displayed by Chu-Mu's 2 swords. Originally, when he used a sword move, he would use the second move after using a sword move. But now, with 2 swords in hand after using the Heaven Beheading Sword, he would use the Eternal Spirit Sword, and after using the Heaven Beheading Sword, he would use the Heaven Beheading Sword again, and so on. In other words, as long as Chu-Mu's strength was not exhausted, he could continue to use the 8 sword moves, and the power of each move was astonishing. The Eternal Spirit Sword increased Chu-Mu's Eternal Sword Essence by several times, making it more powerful. When he slashed out with the God Beheading Sword move, the terrifying impact caused the expression of a Sea Serpent Clan saint to change drastically, and his reaction was a beat slower. If the Sea Serpent Clan expert next to him had not reacted in time, his head would have been split open by Chu-Mu's sword. The Sea Serpent Clan expert stared at the Eternal Spirit Sword in Chu-Mu's left hand with fear. Spiritual sword. This person is only at the Nirvana realm, but he can control a spiritual sword. The people watching from afar were even more surprised. The 2 swords, especially one of which was a spiritual sword, increased Chu-Mu's attack power, offense, and defensive ability. His strength had more than doubled. The situation was reversed. Not only were the 3 Sea Serpent Clan Saint experts unable to suppress Chu-Mu, but they also gradually showed signs of being at a disadvantage under Chu-Mu's 2 swords. In particular, the spiritual sword with the Eternal Spirit Sword brought a strong threat to them. That kind of threat was like Chu-Mu's fear of their poison. Wherever the Eternal Spirit Sword fell, there would be a residual force. That force stayed in the air and did not dissipate because of the Eternal Sword Essence, causing a slight obstruction to the movement of the 3 sea serpents. Not long after, Chu-Mu noticed this. If I can control the residual force in the air. An idea flashed through his mind, and with a thought, the residual force did not move at all. It was not under Chu-Mu's control at all. Chu-Mu was not discouraged. While fighting with the 3 sea serpents, he tried. This force is left by the Eternal Spirit Sword. Let's see if I can control it through the Eternal Spirit Sword. Chu-Mu had another idea. The Heaven Beheading Sword would also leave behind a force, but compared to the force left by the Eternal Spirit Sword, it was much weaker. A slight external force would shatter upon contact. With a thought, he used the Eternal Spirit Sword as a medium. Immediately, the residual force in the surroundings was drawn and moved. At first, it was very unfamiliar and difficult to master. After a few more attempts, his proficiency increased, and it became easier to guide. In the eyes of others, Chu-Mu seemed to be doing some strange actions, which made his initial advantage disappear, and he was about to be suppressed by the 3 sea serpents again. The 3 sea serpents were secretly delighted. After exchanging glances, they immediately attacked, trying to take advantage of this opportunity to take down Chu-Mu in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. Chu-Mu stabbed at one of the sea serpents with his sword, and the residual force in the surroundings was immediately drawn and suppressed in an orderly manner. When the Sea Serpent Clan Saint Expert was about to dodge, he suddenly felt his body collide with something and was blocked for a moment. Chu Mu's sword had already stabbed in front of him, and the other sword slashed out, forcing the Sea Serpent Clan Expert, who was about to rescue him, to retreat. The sword was shrouded in the shadow of death. At the critical moment, the Sea Serpent Clan Saint Expert's neck twisted to the side as if it violated the rules, narrowly avoiding Chu Mu's sword. This scene was very similar to the previous one, but this time the result was different. The Eternal Spirit sword had spirituality and was connected to Chu Mu's mind. With a turn of his wrist, the sword changed shape and slashed horizontally at a fast speed. Before the Sea Serpent Clan Saint Expert could react, the cold sword edge cut into his neck. The terrifying sword intent impact. The Sea Serpent Clan Saint's neck twisted and changed, trying to break away from the sword edge. The Eternal Spirit's sword was like a maggot, following him like a shadow and constantly cutting into his neck. The sharpness of the Eternal Spirit sword surprised Chu Mu. The skin of the Sea Serpent Clan was soft and slippery, and it was not easy to exert force on it. With their twisting, ordinary swords could easily slide away when they landed on their skin. However, at this time, the Eternal Spirit sword cut into the neck of the Sea Serpent Clan Expert. With a slash of the sword, a head flew high into the air, and there was still a look of horror on his face. A Saint Expert had amazing vitality. Even if his head was cut off, he would not die completely. If his head was reattached, he could still recover after a period of time. No matter what race he was from, once he became a Saint Expert, he would definitely condense a primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit was not attacked by external forces, it would generally not dissipate. This was the protection of the strong vitality of a Saint Expert. Of course, if the head of a body had been cut off for too long and there were no protective measures, the primordial spirit could only seize another body. Chu Mu's sword strike contained all kinds of power controlled by the eternal sword intent. It rushed into the head of the Sea Serpent Clan Expert and attacked the primordial spirit. The saint-level sword intent was more lethal to the primordial spirit. After his head was cut off, the Sea Serpent Clan Expert had completely lost his combat ability. There were only 2 other Sea Serpent Clan saints left, and they were no threat to Chu Mu. Let's go! The 2 Sea Serpent Clan saints exchanged glances and immediately understood what the other party meant. This human was too strong. If 3 of them couldn't kill him, 2 of them couldn't. Chu Mu immediately sensed that they wanted to retreat. He circled them with his 2 swords and directly cut off their path of retreat. "Save me!" The severed head rolled to the side and shouted. His expression was distorted and he was in great pain. His primordial spirit was being attacked by Chu Mu's eternal sword intent and had already been damaged. The other 2 sea serpents were too busy taking care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? The people watching from afar suddenly attacked and rushed towards the Sea Serpent Clan. The human saint-level experts also attacked to stop them. No matter what, the Sea Clan and the human clan were never on good terms. It was better to watch a Sea Clan saint-level expert die than to be rescued. The Celestial Clan and the 5 Spirit Clan watched coldly from the sidelines. "Damn human, stop immediately. Otherwise, my Sea Serpent Clan will fight you to the death." He wanted to leave, but he was stopped by Chu Mu. Under the 2 swords, he was at a disadvantage and was in danger. He couldn't help but threaten. Chu Mu didn't say a word. His 2 swords didn't stop attacking. Just as the other party threatened, the 2 swords crossed, causing the other party to have an illusion. The sword was pulled out from between the sea serpent's eyebrows. The sword pierced through his head and strangled his primordial spirit. Without stopping, he spun like a swallow returning to its nest. With 2 stunning sword light, he charged towards the last Sea Serpent Clan saint, who was also the most powerful one. 3 against 1. They couldn't do anything to Chumu. Instead, 2 of them were killed by Chumu. Now, there was only 1 left. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. While the Sea Serpent Clan Saint was furious, he also felt a trace of regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have attacked this human. Chapter 15:18. When the sword light landed, the head on the ground was split into 2, and the primordial spirit was shattered. The 3 Sea Serpent Clan experts had all died under Chumu's sword. The 2 Sky Race clansmen stared at Chumu. Their faces were ashen and their hearts were in turmoil. Traces of killing intent condensed in their hearts, but they did not dare to make a move. This was because their combined strength was about the same as the 3 sea serpents. Since the 3 sea serpents had been killed, even if they made a move, they would most likely not be able to do anything to that human race monster. Chumu glanced at them and kept the interspatial rings of the 3 Sea Serpent Clan experts. As for the corpses, he was not interested. After Chumu left, the battle between the humans and the sea race also ended. Both sides glared at each other fiercely and left. They wanted to tell everyone what they had seen with their own eyes and let everyone know that there was such a monster in the human race. Not everyone would be jealous of the talent of others. The profound Yang realm was filled with pure Yang Qi. This Yang Qi could also be absorbed for cultivation. It was much better than directly absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Chumu also discovered that the Yang Qi was beneficial to the primordial spirit. Although the effect was weak, if one cultivated in the profound Yang realm for a long time, the primordial spirit would benefit even more. It might even be able to increase the level of the primordial spirit. A small world must have its center, which was also where the hub was. If one controlled the hub, it was equivalent to controlling the entire small world. The experts who entered the profound Yang realm had the same goal, which was to head for the center of the profound Yang realm. As for the treasures of the profound Yang realm, they were just along the way. If one controlled the profound Yang realm, all the treasures would belong to them. The center hub was just a name. It did not mean that it was in the center of the small world. Whether one could find it depended on one's ability and luck. The benefits of controlling a small world were great. Chumu was naturally very tempted. If he was alone, he would not care if he could control this small world. However, he was the sect master of the True Sword sect. If the True Sword sect wanted to develop, it was necessary to have his own small world. With such an obsession, Chumu started searching in the profound sun realm. In the profound sun world, the Yang Qi was pure and abundant. After being nourished by the Yang Qi for a long time, the ores here were all covered with a layer of pure Yang Qi. Some ores had Yang Qi, such as true Yang iron, Qingyang copper, or etc. Other than that, there were also Yang Qi elixirs, such as little Yang fruit, 3 Yang flower, 6 Yang grass, 9 Yang root, etc. Chumu did not deliberately search for spiritual herbs and ores, but as long as he saw or sensed something, he would not let it go. These things might not be of much use to him, but they were quite beneficial to the entire True Sword sect. After all, he did not have the confidence to control the profound sun realm. There were many experts who had entered this place. There might even be high-level martial saints. Even if he had discovered the core of the profound sun realm, he didn't have much confidence in controlling it. A piece of news spread throughout the profound sun realm. Human race, sea race, 5 spirit race, heaven race, and so on. One by one, many people knew. A 9th heavenly layer nirvana realm human killed 3 sea serpent clans, 3 star martial saints by himself. What nonsense. The human race really knows how to flatter himself. When the news came out, those who did not see it with their own eyes would naturally not believe it. Just think about it, a mere nirvana realm human, no matter how talented or monstrous he was, couldn't possibly kill a 3-star martial saint of the sea race. Furthermore, it was even more ridiculous when the 3 of them joined forces. Is there such a monstrous human? I would like to see it for a while. After hearing the news, a sea serpent clan saint expert sneered. Most of the sea serpent clan members were furious. According to the news, the sea serpent clan saint expert was killed by a human nirvana realm expert. This was simply a slap to the sea serpent clan's face. Chu Mu is indeed a descendant of our Chu clan. He has our Chu clan's bloodline. There were also martial saints of the Chu clan who entered the profound sun realm. After hearing the news, although they did not believe it in their hearts, they still felt great. Chu Mu, so you also entered the profound sun realm. Good. I will definitely kill you with my sword. When Ao Jinheng heard the news, his face was filled with killing intent. As for the news of Chu Mu killing 3 sea serpent clan's 3-star martial saints, he did not take it seriously. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was impossible. Young master, Chu Mu of the human race has also entered the profound sun realm. A low-level martial saint of the Emperor Shark clan said. I know. A cold light flashed in Emperor Shark Jade's eyes and his killing intent sword. After such a period of time, he had already begun to control his bloodline power and could activate it on his own. Under the activation of his bloodline power, it was basically under his control, causing his strength to increase by more than 10 times. If combined with a secret technique, it would be even more terrifying. He was confident that if he met Chu Mu again, he could definitely kill Chu Mu with his sword. Chu Mu did not know that once the news spread out, he would become the center of discussion. Most people were suspicious. Some had enmity with him, while some did not. However, they were unhappy and wanted to find trouble with Chu Mu. Relying on his senses, he walked on the land of the profound sun realm. Although the profound sun realm was an independent small world, it was also affected by the ancient sacred city. Even martial saints could not fly here. In the profound sun realm, other than yang attribute ores and spiritual herbs, there were also spirit beasts. Chu Mu was currently encountering a group of spirit beasts. In front of him was a 1,000-meter tall cliff. There was a huge nest. At the corner of the cliff, figures were circling around the cliff, letting out extremely sharp cries. Chu Mu looked up from the bottom of the cliff. This was a mountain in the direction he was heading. At a rough glance, the figure flying in the sky looked like an eagle. However, upon closer inspection, it was not an eagle but a condor. Its light red feathers flickered with a faint golden luster. There was a tuft of golden and red feathers on its forehead that stood up like a crown. When this condor spread its wings, it was more than 3 meters long. Some were more than 4 meters long. There were even some that were more than 5 meters long. What was even more strange was its tail. It was not a feathered tail that condors should have. It was a whole tail with a head at the end. It was the head of a python. In other words, the tail of this golden-crowned condor was actually a python. It could also be said that the tail of the python was the golden-crowned condor. Golden-crowned python condor. Chu Mu was slightly surprised. He had read many books. His strong memory allowed him to store the contents of those books. He would not flip through them normally, but at critical moments he could quickly recall them. To be a true expert, one's strength was not enough. One also needed to have a strong heart and rich knowledge. If one did not have enough knowledge and mistook treasures for dust and sand, they would only be a joke. There was no need to talk about being an expert. They were just boorish people. The appearance of this condor reminded Chu Mu of the Encyclopedia of Ancient Spirit Beasts that he had read before. That's right, the golden-crowned python condor was a type of ancient spirit beast. It was difficult to find them in the current deep blue world. It could be said that they were extinct. Perhaps they could still survive in some danger zones, but there were not many of them. The golden-crowned python condor was a very powerful ancient spirit beast. Once it hatched, it would have the strength of the nirvana realm. Once it matured, it would naturally become a saint-level spirit beast. Seeing the nest of the golden-crowned python condors, Chu Mu had an idea. He would subdue this group of golden-crowned python condors and bring them back to the true sword sect. He would let the golden-crowned python condors become the guardian spirit beasts of the true sword sect. Imagine a group of dozens, or even hundreds of mature, golden-crowned python condors. All of them were saint-level spirit beasts and had the strength of at least a low-level saint. What a spectacular scene it would be to guard the true sword sect. Once the golden-crowned python condors bred, there would be more and more of them. The overall strength of the true sword sect would also increase. One must know that the lifespan of spirit beasts was very long, far longer than that of humans. If I subdue the golden-crowned python condors, in addition to being guardian spirit beasts, I can also train them into mounts and let the sword saints control them. They will form a sect guardian sword cavalry. Chu Mu had another inspiration. Spirit beasts alone were relatively powerful, but their intelligence was not as high as humans. There were some limitations. Humans alone had intelligence, but their strength was often inferior to spirit beasts. If the two were combined, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, the flying speed of spirit beasts was often faster than experts of the same level. Thinking of this, Chu Mu was moved. In order to develop the true sword sect, he could be considered to have racked his brains. According to the records in the Encyclopedia of Ancient Spirit Beasts, the golden-crowned python condors are spirit beasts that live in groups. There must be a king. If I can subdue the king of the golden-crowned python condors, I can command the entire tribe. Chu Mu stared at the figures circling above the cliff. His eyes shone with a profound light as he thought to himself. However, an adult, golden-crowned python condor has the strength of a 1-star saint. As the king of the tribe, the golden-crowned python condor must at least have the strength of a middle-level saint. Chu Mu was currently not a match for a middle-level saint, even if it was only a 4-star saint. Moreover, even if the golden-crowned python condor king was only a 3-star saint, it would not be easy for him to subdue it. This was because there were at least dozens or even hundreds of mature, golden-crowned python condors in the nest. After thinking for a while, he still could not find an effective way to subdue it. From the looks of it, I can either find the boundary stone of the profound sun world and refine it to control the profound sun world, or obtain a stronger strength. With some regret, Chu Mu went around the cliff of the golden-crowned python condor's nest and continued forward. As he moved forward, he kept absorbing the yang qi in the profound sun world. Firstly, it was to consolidate his cultivation and strengthen his foundation. Secondly, it was to refine his blood and qi to strengthen his physique. Thirdly, it was to refine his primordial spirit, making it purer and more condensed. Chu Mu had a feeling that in this eternal sacred city, he would definitely experience the 10,000 ancient tribulation. From there, he would make a breakthrough, complete the qualitative change of his life, leap, sublimate, and enter the eternal realm, becoming a saint expert. Only by becoming a saint expert could he be considered to have stepped onto the stage of the strong. Chapter 1519. Primordial spirits are also divided into different grades. My primordial spirit has just been formed and has been tempered by pure yang qi. It has improved slightly. Not bad. It had been a few days since he entered the profound sun realm. Chu Mu had been absorbing yang qi at all times. He had divided it into 3 parts. One was refined into sword energy, one was tempered into blood essence, and one was tempered into the primordial spirit. After a few days, he had achieved some results, especially in the aspect of primordial spirit. Chu Mu's primordial spirit was only in the initial stages. It was very difficult for him to improve. It was much more difficult than cultivating his body and qi. However, he did not know that the primordial spirits of many low-level martial saints were not much stronger than Chu Mu. Yang qi or yin qi, as long as it was pure enough, could be used to temper the primordial spirit. After the primordial spirit was tempered, it would become stronger. The power of the divine soul would also increase. It was very beneficial to cultivators, other than the group of golden-crowned python condors. Chu-Mu had another reason to control the profound sun realm. He continued to move forward, collecting yang-qi spiritual herbs and ores and storing them. He continued to move forward. With his feet on the ground and his head on the sky, he divided his attention to absorb yang-qi and refine it. He thought about sword arts and comprehended the sword heaven and earth. The cloud-piercing sword style was becoming more and more perfect. He was also creating the sword style of the sever-word art. The ancient sacred city was a great opportunity for Chu-Mu. In the depths of the profound sun realm, a huge palace suddenly appeared on the ground. There were countless stones of different sizes scattered around. Perhaps it was because the profound sun realm had been abandoned for a long time and no one had entered it for a long time. The huge palace looked lonely, as if it was independent of the world. The palace was golden red in color, and it was bright. It stood for eternity and emitted a stronger yang-qi fluctuation than the other places in the profound sun realm. The palace's door was tightly shut. Above the door, there was a huge plaque with 3 ancient words carved on it. These words were not the words that were circulated today. They were filled with ancient charm and contained an ancient great Tao. An incomparably rich and pure yang-qi gushed out from the palace and condensed into a thick golden red qi light that shot into the sky, causing the sky of the profound yang world to change drastically. The clouds were torn apart, and the sky was dyed with a faint layer of gold. The golden red aura was vast, and its aura was pure and masculine. It was impervious to all evils and immediately spread throughout the entire profound yang realm. Immediately after, a vast and majestic voice resounded. Along with the dense qi fluctuations, it spread throughout the profound sun realm. If you control my profound yang palace, you can obtain the inheritance of the great profound yang sword palace and control the profound yang realm. This voice was ancient and majestic. It was full of vigor. It was like the sound of a large bell. It quietly reverberated through the ages and cleansed the primordial spirit. It was just a short sentence of a dozen words, but it caused the primordial spirits of the experts who had entered the profound sun realm to tremble. Immediately, they felt that their ears and eyes were clear and their thoughts were clearer. It was as if their primordial spirits had been cleansed. This was an additional benefit. What was even more inspiring was the content of his words. Controlling the profound yang palace meant obtaining the inheritance of the great profound yang sword palace and controlling the profound yang realm. To possess a small world, the great mystic yang sword palace's strength was definitely extraordinary. Obtaining its inheritance would also be extraordinary. More importantly, the value of a small world was immeasurable. Even ancient sects like the 4 great heavenly gates would want to obtain it. The appearance of the profound yang palace was known to all the experts who had entered the profound yang realm. Only then did they realize that the boundary steel of the profound yang realm that they had been painstakingly searching for was in the profound yang palace. The profound yang palace had been hidden until now. Perhaps it was a method left behind by the great profound yang sword palace to select the successor of the great profound yang sword palace. Regardless of what was said, hope had appeared. Regardless of the race, all the experts advanced and rushed towards the profound yang palace. Great profound yang sword palace, Chu-Mu murmured. He also rapidly rushed towards the profound yang palace. The golden red aura that soared into the sky lasted for a long time. It could be used as a road sign to guide the way forward. With our strength, I don't think we can compete for the profound yang boundary steel. Even if we can't compete for the profound yang boundary steel, there must be other treasures in the profound yang palace. Yes, many of them had the idea of competing for the treasures in the profound yang palace, since they couldn't compete for the profound yang boundary steel. They believed that an ancient sect that used the profound yang palace as a test for the successor should have a rich foundation. However, most of the experts were still aiming for the profound Yang Palace's inheritance. After all, no matter how many treasures they obtained, they couldn't compare to an inheritance. After obtaining the inheritance and refining the boundary steel, most of the treasures would belong to them. The profound Yang realm would also belong to them. The door of the profound Yang Palace was tightly shut. There were no other entrances in the surroundings. Experts exerted great force to push the door of the profound Yang Palace, but it didn't budge. It was as if the profound Yang Palace and the profound Yang realm were one. Many experts tried their best, but they still couldn't open the door of the profound Yang Palace. Damn it, the door can't be opened. How can we obtain the inheritance? What's going on with the great profound Yang Sword Palace? Why can't they open the door if they want to leave behind an inheritance? Could it be that it's been too long and lost its effect? Some people cursed loudly, while others were puzzled. The people who arrived first were furious. If the door was opened, they would be able to enter the profound Yang Palace first. Now that more and more people arrived, it meant that they had lost the advantage of being first. More and more experts rushed over. Each of them emitted a shocking aura that startled the surroundings. The human race, sea race, five-spirit race, sky race, and many other races. There were also a few people with pale faces and deep eyes. They wore black robes and had mysterious auras. For a moment, no one knew what race they were. Just by looking at their appearance, they didn't look much different from the human race. They were from different races and different camps. In the sea race camp, there were the shark race, sea serpent race, and King Zhang race. The Jade Emperor Shark was among the shark race. His eyes were cold as he swept across the human race camp. Not yet. The moment you arrive, it will be your death. The Jade Emperor Shark sneered inwardly. In addition to the Jade Emperor Shark, Ao Jinheng was also looking for Chu Mu in the human race camp. I heard that a super monstrous genius has appeared in the human race. He's able to kill a 3-star saint of the sea serpent race as a Nirvana realm expert. Moreover, he's fighting 1 against 3. I wonder who it is. Come out and let me see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. A saint of the King Zhang race waved his tentacles and said in a sharp tone, the sea race wasn't a monolithic block. Although they were relatively united against outsiders, there were also internal conflicts. The conflict between the King Zhang race and the sea serpent race had been going on for a long time. How could they let go of such a matter that would embarrass the sea serpent race? 8-clawed monster scrammed to the side. A sea serpent race expert said angrily. His gloomy face became even uglier. His dark eyes flickered with a green luster as he looked at the human race camp. Who spread this news? Come out. If you have the guts to spread this news, you have to have the guts to admit it. No one answered him because the dozen or so saint experts who spread the news hadn't arrived yet. Perhaps they were still on the way, or perhaps they were already dead. After all, it was inevitable to fight over treasures in the profound sun realm. They would also encounter some powerful ancient spirit beasts. It wasn't surprising that they were killed. The human race is really a group of cowards. They don't even dare to admit what they said. The sea serpent race expert mocked in a sharp voice. Bullshit. No, snake fart. If I was the one who spread this news, I would be the first to admit it. Among the human race, a tall bearded man stood out and roared. His voice was like a thunderclap, roaring endlessly. It was very shocking. His mouth was wide open, as if he could swallow the entire place. Brother Lei, why bother with such a weird thing? If this news is fake, it might not be spread by our human race. Maybe someone wants to frame our human race. If it's true, then it's really good to hear. A scholarly-looking human race expert shook the folding fan in his hand and said with a smile, as soon as the word weird came out, whether it was the sea serpent race, the shark race, or the Zhang royal race, all of their faces changed drastically. However, the human race's numbers were greater than the sea race's, and their experts weren't any weaker. If they were to fight, they wouldn't be afraid of the sea race. The sea race was indeed governed by an army, but the human race wasn't all in a state of disunity. There were many elites. Moreover, at this time it was related to the face of the race. Even if they lost, they wouldn't lose. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. The sea race and human race experts were filled with fighting spirit. Their killing intent was shocking, causing the wind and clouds to blow. Other than the Tian race, the other races all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. The moment such a battle began, the impact would be too great. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The human race saint expert with the surname Lei roared. Lightning flashed in the sky, and a large sword appeared in his hand. It was purple in color, surrounded by lightning. Its spirituality was astonishing, and its sword intent soared to the sky. The human race's thunderstorm sword saint is indeed worthy of his reputation. He's worthy of being a peerless genius saint expert, whispered one of the spirit race experts in surprise. The sea race was domineering, but they didn't dare to make a move in such a situation. The atmosphere suddenly became very strange. The human race and the sea race were at daggers drawn. They didn't really make a move, but looked like they were ready to fight to the death at any time. The Tian race occupied one side, which was closest to the profound Yang Palace. They looked high and mighty, especially the peerless geniuses and monsters of the Tian race. They looked condescending. Amidst the tense and strange confrontation, a figure rapidly approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. This person's approach didn't attract anyone's attention, but when he came close to the human race's camp, a low-level saint expert of the Emperor Shark race looked over, and his expression changed greatly. It's him, the human who claimed to have killed 3 sea serpent races, 3-star saints alone. Chapter 1520. As soon as Chumu arrived outside the profound Yang Palace, he saw the human race, sea race, and the other camps were all in different directions. He walked towards the human race camp. Unexpectedly, hundreds of sharp gazes fell on him as if they were going to pierce through him and see through all his secrets. The sudden stares from nearly 1,000 saint rank experts caused Chumu to jump in fright. His state of mind quickly calmed down. He could feel the meaning contained in these stares. Curiosity, doubt, jealousy, disdain, killing intent, and so on. In the human race camp, Ao Jinhing's eyes were full of hatred and killing intent. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword so hard that the veins on the back of his hand bulged. His cold eyes stared at Chumu with boiling killing intent. In the shark race camp, Emperor Shark Jade and a dozen Emperor Shark race guards were also staring at Chumu. While they were surprised, they were also filled with killing intent. Chumu didn't expect that he would become the target of public criticism as soon as he arrived. However, he wasn't afraid. You are indeed in the Nirvana realm. I would like to see how you dare to say that you can kill 3 saint-level experts of my sea snake race. A saint-level expert of the sea snake race suddenly spoke. His sharp and gloomy voice spread out. At the same time, he turned into a shadow and slithered rapidly on the ground like a snake at full speed. It was unbelievably fast and very sudden. Chumu's body tensed up and his blood almost froze. He was enveloped by a strong sense of danger. This sense of danger was beyond his limit. The sea snake race expert was a mid-level saint-level expert. Even if he was only a 4-star saint, Chumu couldn't fight against him. Like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, he bent his fingers into a claw and grabbed at Chumu. His green nails were like red-hot knives piercing into cheese. Chumu hurriedly held his breath as the fishy smell dispersed. He still felt a little dizzy. Chumu's 5 claws grew bigger and longer in front of his eyes, as if they were limitless. Chumu felt even more dizzy, and his whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. Suppressing the increasing discomfort, Chumu was just about to use the Sword God's Descent secret technique. The Sword God's Descent mystic technique was different from the divine wilderness origin returning mystic technique. The former's advantage was that it could be used very quickly. With just a thought, the mystic technique's power could be activated, increasing one's attack by 10 times. The disadvantage was that it consumed the mystic technique's power and recovery was very slow. The disadvantage of the latter was that it needed some time to absorb and accumulate energy, increasing the sword essence's power by 10 times. The advantage was that as long as there was heaven, earth, yuan, qi, it could be used. There was no limit to the number of times. Chu Mu didn't have the confidence to fight against the Sea Serpent Clan's 4-star saint-level expert when he used the Sword God's Descent secret technique. However, he couldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. Even if he wasn't a match for him, he had to fight back. Just as he was about to use the Sword God's Descent secret technique and the Heaven Beheading Sword was about to be unsheathed to deliver its strongest attack, a sword saint from the human race made his move. The sound of the sword was clear and melodious, resounding in all directions. The sword light, which was as clear as water, carried a hint of killing intent. Amidst the faint sound, it was like flowing water. It circled around and attacked the Sea Serpent Clan's 4-star saint-level expert. The aura wasn't obvious, and the killing intent was weak. However, it gave the Sea Serpent Clan's 4-star saint-level expert an extreme sense of danger. His hair stood on end, and his fine scales opened up slightly. His face was filled with shock. He didn't dare to attack Chu Mu again. His arm twisted strangely, and the attack that was originally aimed at Chu Mu turned into a snake's mouth. The snake's shadow broke through the air, and the Sea Serpent Clan's 4-star saint-level expert took the opportunity to retreat. He constantly swayed and twisted his body in a strange pattern as he retreated rapidly. His footsteps left messy marks on the ground, dazzling and dizzying. The snake's shadow was split apart by the sword light. The sword light, which was as clear as water, cut open the ground, leaving behind a mark that was hundreds of meters long and unfathomable. The Sea Serpent Clan's 4-star saint-level expert retreated to the Sea Serpent Clan's camp. His face was pale, and he was obviously injured by the sword chi. He glared fiercely at the human race's Descent Sword Saint, shocked and angry. The human race's Descent Sword Saint was a 5-star saint-level expert. It wasn't difficult for him to kill him. He had shown mercy with his sword and was only a warning. Obviously, he didn't want to start a war with the sea race. However, he also didn't want him to hurt the human Nirvana realm expert. Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. The secret technique power that was about to boil calmed down. He pulled out the Heaven Beheading Sword and sheathed it. He turned to face the human 5-star saint-level expert and respectfully saluted with his sword. Chu Mu thanks Senior for saving me. You are a junior of the human race. The 5-star sword saint smiled faintly and said, seeing that Chu Mu's doomed situation had been resolved, Ao Jinheng and Jade Emperor Shark were very unwilling to accept it. Jade Emperor Shark gave the guard a look. The guard immediately understood and took a step forward. He pointed at Chu Mu and said fiercely, rumor has it that you killed 3-star saint-level experts of the Sea Serpent Clan alone, and it was when they joined forces. Is it because you are too powerful, or the 3-star saint-level experts of the Sea Serpent Clan are too weak? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Sea Serpent Clan's saint-level experts turned red. They were furious. Each of them emitted a cold aura as they stared at Chu Mu. They looked like they wanted to tear Chu Mu into pieces. I am only a 3-star saint-level expert. I will fight with you to see if you have such strength or if it is just a rumor to correct the name of my clan. One of the Sea Serpent Clan's experts walked out. It was a 3-star saint-level expert who was approaching Chu Mu. The Sea Serpent Clan is really shameless. A 3-star saint-level expert actually dares to challenge a Nirvana realm expert of the human race. The 5-star sword saint who helped Chu Mu sneered, you can't say that. If it weren't for your human race spreading rumors and slandering the name of my clan, I would not have done this. But today, I want to correct the name of my clan. Unless you kneel down on the spot, kowtow 18 times to my clan, and admit that you are talking nonsense and slandering my clan, I will not stop." The 3-star saint-level expert of the Sea Serpent clan pointed at Chumu and said angrily, "Otherwise I will kill you." The surrounding clans were stunned, and the human race was even more furious. Asking Chumu to kneel down and kowtow 18 times on the spot was not only an insult to Chumu, but also to the human race. If Chumu did so, the human race would become a laughingstock, even if they killed all the experts of the various clans. Moreover, the human race did not have the strength to kill all the clans. However, this matter was directly related to Chumu, so it had to be solved by Chumu himself. How he solved it would affect his position in the hearts of the human race experts. "Since you want to do it, I will fulfill your wish." Chumu's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was indifferent. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. "Good boy. Regardless of whether you have the strength or not, I will definitely protect your courage." The Thunderstorm Sword Saint's eyes lit up as he spoke. Even though he did not think that his voice was loud, everyone still heard it clearly, which made their expressions change. The Thunderstorm Sword Saint was a high-level sword saint and a peerless genius. "Go ahead," the 5-star sword saint of the human race, who had helped Chumu just now, said to Chumu with a smile, arrogant and conceited. However, there was also someone who shouted in a low voice. Everyone heard it clearly, but they ignored him. "Well, you're really arrogant. I just want to die. Let's see how you're going to fulfill my wish." The 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan was so angry that he laughed. His voice was sharp and sinister, and his eyes were shining fiercely. "Are you going to slander me with rumors? I'll kill you with this sword." Chumu pulled out the heaven-slashing sword, and the sword light swept across the sky like autumn water. With a gentle stroke, an arc of light was pointed at the 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan. The edge of the sword was threatening, and the sword chi was cold. In an instant, the 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan felt a chill run down his spine. It seems that this man is not just arrogant. He seems to have something to rely on. Many people were puzzled. From the beginning until now, Chumu had been very calm and did not panic at all. He did not hesitate to draw his sword. With a hideous laugh, the 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan made his move. His footsteps were strange and snake-like, as if a sea serpent was swimming at the bottom of the sea. It was fast and silent, and its trajectory was erratic, making it difficult for people to grasp. Immediately, he stretched out his claws, one in front and one behind, from left and right angles. The speed of the claws was coordinated with the speed of the snake. The power was just right, and the power was displayed to the greatest extent. As soon as he made his move, he displayed the experienced means of this 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan. However, even the 3-star martial saints of the Sea Serpent clan couldn't do anything to Chumu. Unless he was a peerless genius, it was impossible for him to be a match for Chumu. It should be noted that compared to when he killed the 3-star martial saints of the Sea Serpent clan, Chumu's strength had improved a little. "Elderwin, if Chumu is in trouble, please save him." Ao Jinheng suddenly transmitted a voice message to the old sword saint next to him, grinning hideously. "He can only die under my sword." Chumu was now equivalent to Ao Jinheng's sore point. If he did not kill Chumu with his own hands, it would be difficult to get rid of this sore point. In the future, he would have to pay a higher price to advance to a higher level. "Don't worry," Elderwin nodded. He was a high-level sword saint, so he acted very quickly. The other martial saints of the human clan were also all watching, especially the Thunderstorm Sword Saint and the 5-star Sword Saint who helped Chumu. Once Chumu was in trouble, they would immediately draw their swords and save Chumu. Firstly, Chumu was a human. Secondly, he had a backbone. Thirdly, he was to their liking. Emperor Shark Jade and the others had been watching. The experts of the Sea Serpent clan were also watching to prevent the human clan experts from suddenly attacking. As for the 5 spirit clans, they stood in the distance, unwilling to participate. The faces of the Sky Clan people were arrogant, especially those young Sky Clan people. As for the few pale-faced, black-robed freaks, they were expressionless, but their eyes were increasingly dark and deep, as if they could absorb all light. Looking at them would make one's heart turn cold. In the blink of an eye, the early 3-star martial saint of the Sea Serpent clan had already closed in on Chu Mu. His green claws emitted a sour and fishy smell that filled the surroundings and swept towards Chu Mu. His claws were also incomparably sharp, as if they were tearing through space, grabbing towards Chu Mu. There was no doubt that Chu Mu would be torn apart. The human sword saints gathered their strength and prepared to draw their swords. The Sea Serpent clan's martial saints also prepared to intercept Chu Mu. At this moment, Chu Mu drew his sword. A sword light rose and slashed down. Chapter 15:21. Sword-style godslaying. The stunning sword light seemed to have descended from the sky. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth under the sword. This sword was so shocking that even a god would be killed. The eyes of the human race saint-level experts suddenly lit up, while the experts of the other races frowned. In an instant, the early 3-star saint-level expert of the Sea Serpent clan felt his primordial spirit being impacted, causing his attack to become slightly sluggish. The terrifying sword light magnified in front of his eyes, filling the world in front of him. The terrifying sword intent locked onto him, as if no matter how he twisted his body or what he did, he could not dodge that eternal will. The sword light rose and fell, but the body of the Sea Serpent clan's 3-star saint-level expert remained motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Then a straight crack appeared between his eyebrows and slowly moved downwards, right in front of everyone. The body of the early 3-star saint-level expert of the Sea Serpent clan was split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Chu Mu waved his hand and immediately took the spatial ring of the other party. He's dead. Just one sword strike? For a moment, everyone stared at the corpse of the Sea Serpent clan expert that had been split into 2 halves. The internal organs and blood in the corpse did not flow out at all, as they were imprisoned in the corpse by a strange force, emitting an eternal aura. Other than shock, there was only shock and disbelief. A Nirvana realm expert killed a 3-star saint-level expert with 1 sword strike? They muttered to themselves in a daze. Suddenly, the saint-level expert of the Sea Serpent clan made a move. He leaped quickly and rushed towards Chu Mu, his killing intent suffocating. Scram! The thunderstorm sword saint slashed with his sword, and a huge thunderstorm sword light tore through the sky and slashed out. Many experts of the Sea Serpent clan made a move, wanting to kill Chu Mu. They had already realized the threat of Chu Mu. Naturally, the human race saint-level experts would not watch Chu Mu be killed, so they all made a move to counterattack. Kill Chu Mu, Emperor Yu ordered. The experts of the Shark clan also made a move. The experts of the Zhang clan also made a move after a moment of hesitation. It's best if he's killed. A young female celestial race said in a low voice, her eyes filled with jealousy. At the 9th level of Nirvana realm, even if one was at the peak, killing a 3-star martial saint was extremely inconceivable. It had to be known that their Tian clan was the most outstanding race, the noblest bloodline, and the strongest strength. However, there were very few people who could kill a 3-star saint at the level of Nirvana realm. Those who could do it were all super monstrous geniuses. Currently, among the people of Tian clan present, no one was like Chu Mu, who was able to cross so many levels and kill strong enemies. Because of Chu Mu, a battle of life and death between the human race and the sea tribe had begun. Right at this moment, the profound Yang Palace trembled. The tightly shut doors that couldn't be moved no matter how hard they tried slowly opened. The door is open, Fast forward. When the celestial race, 5-spirit race, and the others saw this, they immediately gave up on watching. They turned around and rushed towards the door of the profound Yang Palace. If we don't go in, the profound Yang Palace will be taken by others, a human expert shouted. The experts of the royal Zhang clan turned around and gave up on killing Chu Mu. They rushed towards the profound Yang Palace. To them, the profound Yang Palace was the most important thing at this moment. With the departure of the royal Zhang clan, the Sea tribe's strength weakened. Enter the profound Yang Palace first, and take control of the boundary steel, Emperor Shark Jade ordered. The Shark clan experts also turned around and rushed towards the profound Yang Palace. It wasn't that Chu Mu didn't want to kill. He still wanted to kill him. However, it wasn't easy to do so now. There were a large number of human experts present, and it was very troublesome. Therefore, they had to find the boundary steel first and take control of it. Moreover, they believed that since Chu Mu had entered the profound Yang realm, he would also enter the profound Yang Palace. Understanding this point, the Sea Serpent race also temporarily gave up on chasing after Chu Mu. They twisted their bodies and headed towards the profound Yang Palace's door. Let's go. The human experts also said, Many thanks to seniors for saving me. Chu Mu quickly bowed respectfully to the thunderstorm sword sage and the other martial saints who were protecting him. You're welcome. I look forward to the day you become a martial saint. A martial saint laughed. Good kid, I have high hopes for you. Enter the eternal ancient realm and kill more foreign races. The thunderstorm sword saint laughed heartily and slapped Chu Mu's shoulder. With a pung sound, if Chu Mu didn't have body training, this slap probably would have shattered his shoulder blade. Little friend is very talented, a peerless genius of our human race. In the future, you will definitely be able to compete with the heavenly race's peerless genius. The 5-star martial saint laughed. Let's enter the profound Yang Palace and take control of the boundary steel. In an instant, figures shot towards the profound Yang Palace's door. Chu Mu also followed closely behind, entering the profound Yang Palace. The moment Chu Mu entered the profound Yang Palace, he felt the difference in the palace. Pure Yang Qi. This palace is actually filled with pure Yang Qi. Great, if I cultivate here, I will have a chance to cultivate a pure Yang body in 100 years. My primordial spirit will also benefit greatly. The exclamations grew louder and louder. What pure Yang Qi! It's far superior to the outside world. Chu Mu was also amazed. The Yang Qi inside the profound Yang Palace was at least 10 times purer than the outside world. It was called pure Yang Qi. This Yang Qi could replenish one's blood, temper one's physique, primordial spirit, and even Yuanli. It was extremely useful. The effects of pure Yang Qi were 10 times better than Yang Qi. Tempering one's blood and Qi, whether it was a body cultivator or a non-body cultivator, had the greatest effect. The more blood and Qi one had, the stronger one's physique would be. If one could cultivate a pure Yang body, that would be even better. A pure Yang body would allow one's blood to flow like a rainbow. One's physique would be tyrannical and full of Yang Qi, making it difficult for ghosts to approach. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate a pure Yang body. Firstly, one had to have never had intercourse. Secondly, the more blood one had, the higher the chances of success. Lastly, one had to constantly absorb pure Yang Qi until one reached the limit. Even if one couldn't cultivate a pure Yang Qi, cultivating in an environment surrounded by pure Yang Qi would be greatly beneficial to one's body. Isn't this another reason to fight for the boundary steel? Chu Mu muttered to himself. There were hundreds and thousands of experts entering the profound Yang Palace, and every one of them was a saint. There were also a lot of mid-level and high-level saints. Fighting for the boundary steel with them was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chu Mu wasn't just talking about it. If there was a chance, he would definitely do his best to fight for it. After entering the profound Yang Palace, everyone dispersed. The profound Yang Palace was huge and could easily accommodate thousands of people. As Chu Mu advanced, he absorbed the pure Yang Qi in the profound Yang Palace. The pure Yang Qi was 10 times purer than the Yang Qi in the outside world. In terms of density, Chu Mu could feel progress with every breath. Although the other people's cultivation was higher than Chu Mu's, the majority of them were unable to truly multitask. Unless they stopped, otherwise when they walked, they would not be able to absorb the pure Yang aura and refine it like Chu Mu while paying attention to their surroundings. In the quiet and spacious corridor, there were countless murals on both sides of the wall. They were murals of swordsmanship. In Chu Mu's eyes, they weren't very profound. But to those who had just entered the sword Dao, they were treasures. Chu Mu looked at the murals as he walked. The murals on the wall should be the great profound Yang, sword palaces, sword arts. They walked the Yang Dao, but they were relatively gentle. With a glance, Chu Mu memorized the sword arts and sword moves and quickly comprehended them. His sword Dao was pretty good at his current level. He could grasp the essence of a simple sword art with a glance. Everyone advanced deeper into the profound Yang Palace in search of the boundary steel and other treasures. The boundary steel was the key. Finding and refining the boundary steel would allow one to become the master of the profound Yang Palace and even the entire profound Yang world. Controlling the profound Yang world and obtaining the inheritance of the ancient great profound Yang sword palace would be of great help to both the person and the faction behind them. The corridor was about 100 meters long. Chu Mu quickly walked through it. At the end of the corridor was a side hall. In the spacious side hall, there were traces of faint red in the air. That was the color of the pure Yang Qi. Apart from the pure Yang Qi, there were other auras remaining. It meant that someone had walked through this place before Chu Mu. Even if there was something here, it would have been taken away. He didn't feel discouraged. If he continued walking, he would definitely gain something. With this thought in mind, Chu Mu continued forward. There were many corridors in the profound Yang Palace. Different people would take different paths, leading to different places. Of course, some paths might lead to a dead end, while others would lead to the same destination. Perhaps the person who left the profound Yang Palace behind intentionally created it to increase the difficulty. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Chu Mu walked to another side hall. The entrance of the side hall was enveloped by a layer of protective energy. It had to be broken to enter. To Chu Mu, this was good news. It meant that no one else had come to the side hall. There might be some treasures inside. Unsheathing the sky-beheading sword, the sword light was dazzling. The sword light shattered and the protective energy rippled. This allowed Chu Mu to estimate his attack power. He was able to break through the protective energy. Sword, 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 sword. In an instant, Chu Mu had slashed out over 100 times. Every slash hit the same spot on the protective energy. Even though he didn't use the god-beheading sword style, the power of over 100 consecutive slashes couldn't be underestimated. A crack appeared on the protective energy. Once a crack appeared, it wouldn't be far from shattering. Attacking again after only a dozen or so sword strikes, Chu Mu successfully destroyed the side palace's defensive power. Without the protection, the entrance was left unguarded. He could enter at will. After entering, Chu Mu turned around and quickly laid down a seal at the entrance. His increasingly condensed primordial spirit allowed him to lay down seals with greater ease. Layer after layer of seals, he laid down a total of 9 layers. The 9 layers of seals were mainly for defense. When combined, their defensive power was astonishing. It would take some time for a lower-level saint to break through. The reason he did this was to prevent others from coming over and causing a conflict while he was harvesting. At the very least, the barrier would give him some time to escape, and it might also create a misconception for those who came over. After laying down the seals, Chu Mu turned around and his eyes lit up. Chapter 1522. There were 3 piles of stones in front of him. Each stone was about the size of an egg, round like a pebble and red in color. It wasn't blood red, but the red of the sun. It emitted a warm aura. Traces of red aura condensed around the stones. At first glance, Chumu knew that the 3 piles of stones were good stuff. The warmth they emitted was pure yang qi. Raising his hand and grabbing the air, a rock fell into Chumu's hand. It felt warm to the touch, like a polished jade. Through the touch of his hand, Chumu could feel the dense and pure yang aura contained within. Pure yang stone! Chumu's voice was filled with surprise. Pure yang stone, as the name implied, was a stone that contained pure yang qi. It wasn't a stone that contained pure yang qi. Even if it was a pure yang stone, there were many stones that contained pure yang qi in the profound yang world. However, the pure yang qi they contained was very thin and messy. Only those that contained pure and rich pure yang qi could be considered a pure yang stone. Holding the stone in his hand, Chumu had a feeling that the effect of using the pure yang stone to cultivate was much better than absorbing the pure yang qi in the profound yang palace. Looking at the 3 piles of pure yang stones, each pile had more than 10,000 pieces. The 3 piles added up to more than 30,000 pieces. Without any hesitation, Lin Yun sent all the pure yang stones into his interspatial ring. After collecting the pure yang stone, Chumu looked around. In this large hall, there was nothing else except for the murals on the walls. They were still sword technique murals, but they were different from the ones in the hallway. This was another sword technique. The further Chumu walked on the sword Dao, the more he understood his lack of accumulation. Therefore, regardless of whether the sword art was brilliant or not, he would spend some time to memorize it. Under the operation of his thoughts, he quickly grasped the essence of the sword art, adding a trace to his accumulation. Since there was nothing else, Chumu turned around, removed the seal he placed, and walked out of the side hall. There are quite a lot of sword techniques in the profound Yang Palace. Chumu muttered as he memorized the sword techniques on the wall in front of him. The sword technique in front of him was the 9th sword technique he had seen after entering the profound Yang Palace. It was also the most profound sword technique among the 9 so far. If it was categorized according to grade, it would be an Earth grade sword technique. In fact, there were more than 9 sword techniques on the murals, but there were more than 20 of them. However, some of them were repeated. In addition, Chumu also quickly realized that the 9 sword techniques seemed to be progressing 1 level at a time. There was some connection between each of them, from simple to profound. Chumu didn't think too much about it. He just memorized it and comprehended its essence, accumulating it into his own swordsmanship. Such a huge ancient sect, yet their sword techniques are so weak. Ao Jinheng glanced at the sword techniques recorded on the wall and shook his head in disappointment. This was the 5th sword technique he had seen, and each one of them was so low level. There was nothing profound about them. Ao Jinheng simply gave up on studying the sword techniques on the murals. Even if there were profound sword techniques, they wouldn't be carved on the murals for others to learn. Ao Jinheng said, this was a very normal practice, no matter which sect it was. Only those ordinary sword techniques would be carved on the murals for others to comprehend and learn. It was also a kind of decoration. The others who were interested in sword techniques were the same as Ao Jinheng. After discovering that the sword techniques on the murals were very ordinary, they lost interest. Only Chumu memorized every sword technique he saw, comprehending its essence without letting it go. Chumu's situation was different from them, because the sword Dao he walked was to read all the sword techniques in the world, accumulate knowledge, and create his own. This was undoubtedly a difficult path. Therefore, Chumu would pay attention to any sword technique he saw and strive to master it. Moreover, Chumu's soul was very powerful, and his comprehension ability was extremely high. He could memorize any ordinary sword technique as soon as he saw it, and quickly comprehend its essence, giving rise to his own unique understanding and directly turning that sword technique into his own. If other people had Chu Mu's ability, they wouldn't need to spend time to comprehend any sword technique. However, they didn't. Even Ao Jinheng, a monstrous sword genius, didn't have such ability. If Ao Jinheng wanted to learn an ordinary sword technique, he would need to spend some time and even more time to grasp its essence. This time was at least a few times more than Chu Mu. Dan Palace. Raising his head slightly, he could see the two big words on the side palace in front of him. Not all the side palaces had names. At least, Chu Mu had entered 6 side palaces, and only the 7th one in front of him had a name. A side palace with a name was definitely more important. The 2 words Dan Palace made it easier for people to understand what it meant. Dan Palace, in other words, was an alchemy room. It could also be a storehouse for medicinal pills, etc. To a cultivator, the cultivation environment was very important. Cultivation techniques were also very important. Cultivation resources were also very important. Medicinal pills were one of the cultivation resources. Chu Mu immediately walked into the Dan Palace, and his expression changed slightly. There were already people in the Dan Palace. The human race and the Qingzhong tribe were confronting each other. In between them, there were 3 huge bronze alchemy furnaces. The surroundings were empty. Even if there were medicinal pills, they should be in the 3 alchemy furnaces. Chu Mu could feel that the 3 alchemy furnaces were covered with a layer of invisible energy, locking the alchemy furnaces and protecting them. From the looks of it, there must be medicinal pills in the 3 alchemy furnaces. Moreover, they weren't ordinary medicinal pills. The human race had 6 saint-level experts, and the Qingzhong tribe had 5 saint-level experts. In terms of individual strength, under normal circumstances, the Qingzhong tribe's strength was slightly higher. Hence, 6 humans against 5 Qingzhong tribes were considered to be evenly matched. When Chu Mu arrived, everyone's gaze fell on his face. If Chu Mu was just an ordinary Nirvana realm expert, they wouldn't put him in their eyes at all. However, the problem was that although Chu Mu's cultivation was in the Nirvana realm, his strength wasn't in the Nirvana realm. The scene of him killing the Sea Serpent clan's 3-star saint-level expert was still fresh in everyone's mind. Such an impactful scene was unforgettable. A monstrous genius with the strength of a 3-star saint was enough to change the situation in front of them. Human, come over and help us get the medicinal pills in the alchemy furnaces. We can resolve the hatred of the Sea Serpent clan for you. A Qingzhong tribe's middle saint-level expert rolled his eyes and immediately said to Chu Mu, "Little friend, don't listen to their nonsense. They're from the Sea clan, not our clan. They're definitely lying to you. After we get the medicinal pills, we'll get rid of you." A human saint-level expert quickly said, "That's right. We're all from the human clan. We should be united against the outside world." A second human saint-level expert quickly followed. At this time, Chu Mu had become the key figure. Whichever side he leaned towards would have the advantage. After all, there were low-level and mid-level saints from the human clan and the Qingzhong tribe present. "I don't think your Qingzhong tribe has the ability to make the Sea Serpent clan give up their hatred for me." Chu Mu looked at the people from the Qingzhong tribe and said unhurriedly, "Moreover, I'm from the human clan. I have a conflict with your Sea clan. Do you think I'll side with your Sea clan? You can't say that. You have a conflict with the Shark clan and the Sea Serpent clan, not our Qingzhong tribe." The mid-level saint-level expert from the Qingzhong tribe wanted to say something. "All right, there's no need to say any more. Can't you see that he's mocking us?" Another mid-level saint-level expert from the Qingzhong tribe interrupted him coldly. After saying that, the Qingzhong tribe's experts glared at Chu Mu. They looked like they wanted to kill Chu Mu on the spot. "You only have 2 choices. Leave or die." A mid-level saint-level expert from the human clan smiled and said coldly to the Qingzhang tribe's expert, "With Chu Mu, the human clan had the advantage, which was disadvantageous for the Qingzhang tribe." The 5 Qingzhang tribe's experts were shocked and angry. The other side had 7 people from the human clan. One of them was a mid-level saint-level expert, but he was a heaven-level genius. His individual strength was not to be underestimated. Because of Chu Mu's arrival, the balance was broken. Once they attacked, they might be able to kill 1 or 2 of the human clan's experts, but all 5 of them would be killed. After weighing the pros and cons, the 5 Qingzhang tribe's experts felt that they should retreat. At the same time, they stared at Chu Mu with cold eyes. If looks could kill, Chu Mu would be riddled with holes by now. Chu Mu's expression didn't change, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. This time, even the Qingzhang tribe was offended by him. Shark clan, sea snake clan, Qingzhang tribe. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. After the Qingzhang tribe left the pill hall, there were only 7 human clans experts left in the pill hall. Retrieve the pills. The 6 saint-level experts immediately took action. They skillfully broke the defensive power of the 3 alchemy cauldrons and opened the cauldrons. A burst of strange pill fragrance immediately spread out from the cauldrons. Traces of white qi condensed on the cauldrons and turned into the shape of a dragon. Then it dispersed and turned into the shape of a phoenix. The dragon and phoenix danced, intertwining and chasing each other. Flying dragon and dancing phoenix. The 6 human clans experts were delighted. This was a phenomenon of a pill. It meant that the pill's grade was extremely high. Among the 6, the strongest 6-star saint-level expert stretched out his hand and suppressed the phenomenon. He turned to look at Chu Mu. "Little friend Chu Mu, thank you for your help just now. Now, we won't trouble you any more." The 6-star saint-level expert said with a smile. It gave Chu Mu a feeling that there was a knife hidden in his smile. The other 5's expressions were either sneering, ignoring, or frowning. Some couldn't bear it. Chu Mu frowned slightly. He didn't say anything and quickly retreated out of the pill hall. However, he remembered the 6 of them. Although the 6 of them didn't say that they could share the pills as long as Chu Mu was on their side, it was also because of Chu Mu's arrival that the 5 Qingzhang tribe's experts were forced to retreat. In a sense, Chu Mu had contributed a lot. In the end, they burned the bridge after crossing the river. If it wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, Chu Mu would have already taken the 3 cauldrons of pills and killed anyone who tried to stop him. Chapter 15:23. Big brother, I don't think it's a good idea to do this. After Chu Mu left, the 4-star saint said with a frown, "Fourth brother, why do you say that?" The 6-star saint said with a smile as he collected the pills, "No matter what, it's because of Chu Mu's arrival that the Zhang royal clan was forced to retreat and avoided casualties." The 4th brother said, "Now that the Zhang royal clan has retreated and we've obtained the pills, how can we let Chu Mu leave empty-handed? 4th brother, do you know what grade these pills are?" The big brother picked up the pills and said disapprovingly, "These 3 furnaces are all saint grade, mid-grade pills. They're pills that can increase cultivation. They're of great use to us middle-stage saints. On the other hand, these pills have no effect on Chu Mu. We should make the best use of them." Saint grade, mid-grade. The others' breathing became hurried. In the deep blue world, the sacred rank pills corresponded to the sacred rank experts. Saint-grade pills were very difficult to refine. Every ingredient had to be at least 10,000 years old, and one had to have extremely high attainments in alchemy. Because they were difficult to refine, they were very precious. At the level of saint grade, it was very difficult to rely on pills to increase cultivation. Now, the 3 furnaces were all saint grade, mid-grade pills that could increase cultivation. Their value was immeasurable. Big brother, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was that Chu Mu is a super monster who could kill a 3-star saint as a Nirvana realm martial artist? Will he bear a grudge for today's matter and harm us in the future? The fourth brother said. Fourth brother is right. We shouldn't have let Chumu leave. A 5-star saint said. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that he hasn't gone far? Another 5-star saint made a throat-slitting gesture. Third brother, you can't. Such a super monster definitely has a shocking trump card. Another 4-star saint quickly objected. All right, let's stop discussing. With these pills and the other gains from the ancient sacred city, the strength of the 6 ultimates of Mount Han will definitely increase by a large margin. At that time, I will definitely be able to break through and become a 7-star saint. Chumu is indeed a monstrous genius, but his cultivation is too low. Even if he wants to grow, it won't be that easy. The trip to the eternal sacred city will at most allow him to break through to the eternal ancient realm. Even if he becomes a 1-star saint, he'll at most be comparable to an ordinary 4-star saint. There's nothing to worry about. Moreover, there are many experts in the profound Yang Palace, and the Sea tribe hates him. Whether he can leave alive is still unknown. Chumu did not feel indignant, nor did he curse. He calmly accepted the truth. However, acceptance was acceptance. He would remember those 6 people. Strength. Everything comes down to strength. My strength is still too low. Chumu thought to himself. The peak of the 9th heavenly layer was the lowest among those who entered the profound Yang Palace, but his true strength was not inferior to a 3-star saint. However, a 3-star saint was not enough in front of a middle or high-level saint. Now that I'm at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer and have entered the profound Yang world to absorb the Yang Qi to strengthen my cultivation. Now that I've entered the profound Yang Palace and absorbed the pure Yang Qi, my foundation is even more stable. If I want to break through to the eternal ancient realm, it's not bad. Although that was what he said, the impulse to break through to the eternal ancient realm grew in his heart. However, Chumu suppressed it. Yes, he could break through to the eternal ancient realm now. After breaking through, his strength would naturally increase. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill a 4-star saint as a 1-star saint. However, Chumu felt that his foundation could continue to be strengthened. He hadn't reached the limit yet. If I spend some time cultivating with the pure Yang stones, I can completely consolidate my cultivation and reach the true limit in a short period of time. At that time, I can break through to the eternal ancient realm. No, it will take at least 10 days. In 10 days, the profound Yang boundary steel will be found and refined. He urgently needed more strength, but Chumu could only give up on the idea of breaking through to the eternal ancient realm. He would first obtain more treasures and the profound Yang boundary steel. Until now, Chumu had obtained close to 60,000 pure Yang stones. He continued to move forward. There were many corridors and side halls in the profound Yang Palace. Some of the side halls were very small, like transitions, while others were very large. Regardless of whether it was the corridors or the walls of the side halls, there were murals of swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since Chumu entered the profound Yang Palace. He continued to move forward, passing through corridors and side halls. The number of pure Yang stones he obtained exceeded 100,000, and the number of sword skills he learned exceeded 20. The deeper he went, the more profound the sword skills on the murals were. Naturally, Chumu's accumulation also increased. When he entered another side hall, Chumu was pleasantly surprised. There were a total of 5 pure Yang stones in this side hall. Each of them had at least 10,000 pure Yang stones, which was equivalent to 50,000 pure Yang stones. One had to know that he had only obtained 100,000 pure Yang stones in the past 5 days. Without hesitation, Chumu swept the 50,000 pure Yang stones away. You're quite fast, but it's a pity that you'll end up working for someone else. A cold voice sounded. Chumu immediately felt a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. The killing intent was as cold as the temperature of the deep sea, causing Chu Mu's blood to almost freeze. His primordial spirit was also shaken, and the power of his spirit was sluggish. An expert who was far stronger than him. Chu Mu turned around with difficulty and saw a gloomy face. It was a 6-star martial sage expert from the Sea Serpent clan. He was no match for a 4-star martial sage. A 5-star martial sage could kill him instantly. A 6-star martial sage's aura could affect him. The gap was too big. However, Chu Mu was not completely helpless. His mind could still work, and his limbs could still move. This was also thanks to the yang qi and pure yang qi that he had tempered during this period of time. It had an obvious resistance to the cold aura. Hand over everything you have obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, the 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan laughed sinisterly. I'll let you have a taste of the unique feeling of being bitten by 10,000 snakes. Bitten by 10,000 snakes. It was obvious that it was not a good thing. The 6-star martial sage of the Sea Serpent clan was not afraid that Chu Mu would escape. This was because he was confident that Chu Mu would not be able to escape under his watch. Even if Chu Mu could kill a 3-star martial sage, he would not be able to do anything in front of a 6-star martial sage. The gap between a 6-star martial sage and a 3-star martial sage was too big to be measured. Since Chu Mu could not escape, he was not in a hurry. Moreover, the other party was a super genius of the human race. The sense of accomplishment in torturing and killing such a genius was indescribable. The Sea Serpent clan belonged to the snake family and had a dark heart. If you retreat now, I'll spare you this time, Chu Mu said. The 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan was stunned. Chu Mu's words seemed to have a great lethality. What did you say? You're actually saying that you'll spare me this time? The 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. This feeling was like a kitten raising its paw at a ferocious tiger. Just as he was about to continue mocking Chu Mu, the eyes of the 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan suddenly bulged out. Horror filled his face, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He felt his blood surging, and an extremely strong sense of crisis engulfed his entire body. Without hesitation, the 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan displayed his best movement technique. His entire body slithered away like a snake at an extremely fast speed. The frequency of his movement was constantly changing. The air around him seemed to have turned into the deep sea as layers of ripples spread out. He seemed to be moving forward, rushing rapidly towards Chu Mu. His terrifying aura locked onto Chu Mu, but in fact he was retreating rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had already retreated out of the side hall and quickly went far away. In just an instant, the arrogant 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the lingering cold aura fluctuations of his body, one would have thought that it was just an illusion. Chu Mu was also a little stunned. An arrogant 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan actually ran away countless times faster than a rabbit when he saw the thing in his hand. However, it was no wonder that he wanted to run. If he didn't run, only death would await him. What Chu Mu took out was a one-time offensive secret treasure refined by the elders of the True Sword sect. This small sword was one of Chu Mu's trump cards. According to the great elder of the True Sword sect, the power of this small sword was very terrifying. It could directly kill a 6-star martial sage expert in an instant. It could even injure a 7-star martial sage expert. It wasn't impossible to be killed if one wasn't careful. Although the 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan was very strong, far stronger than Chu Mu, and could crush Chu Mu with a single finger, unless he was a 7-star martial sage expert, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of Chu Mu's small sword. Chu Mu took out the small sword and was about to activate it to lock onto the 6-star martial sage expert of the Sea Serpent clan. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying sense of crisis made his hair stand on end. He immediately judged that if he didn't leave, he would definitely be killed. Dignity and face were all fake. Only living was the most real thing. Without hesitation, he used his best movement technique and immediately escaped. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, he would become a ghost under the small sword. If the other party didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked, I'm afraid I would already be dead. Chu Mu thought to himself. This was the truth. He was still too weak. Retreat? No, as long as there's a trace of opportunity, I will fight for it. Opportunities must be seized by oneself. I'm now facing a 6-star martial sage expert, and I can't fight back. A 6-star martial sage also can't fight back when facing a high-level martial sage expert. If I have such negative thoughts, then I can just give the boundary steel to the strongest person. What's the point of fighting for it? The road is to be walked by oneself. The opportunity is to be obtained by oneself. In an instant, Chu Mu's will become even firmer. Chapter 1524. Kill them all. Emperor Shark Jade waved the sawtooth longsword in his hand and sneered. Kill. A dozen Emperor Shark clan guards attacked with all their might. Although the 3 5-spirit race experts weren't weak, they were only low-level saints. Under the joint attack of Emperor Shark Jade and the others, they couldn't hold on for long. Naturally, the interspatial rings of the 3 5-spirit race experts became Emperor Shark Jade's spoils of war. After checking, there were many Pyryong stones and some pills. Emperor Shark Jade laughed heartily. Sure enough, killing and robbing were the most rewarding. After killing them, Emperor Shark Jade glanced at the sword art on the wall, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Heaven Art 100 Flows Burial. The Sky Race youth's eyes shot out a sharp light. The bracers on his hands trembled slightly. As he waved them, streams of air were formed. There were at least 100 streams of air, and each stream of air completely shattered the Pyryong energy. The 100 streams of air were in the shape of water droplets. They were extremely fast, like rivers flowing into the sea. Each stream of air contained an incomparably terrifying power that could easily shatter steel. No, stop. The Sky Race youth was facing the Ocean Race's King Zhang. Facing the 100 streams of air, he couldn't resist at all. Hundreds of holes appeared on his body, and he was torn apart. Weak race. After killing King Zhang in one strike, the Sky Race youth revealed a disdainful smile. Shortly after, he seemed to have thought of something. Super monster of the human race, I really hope I can meet you and let you taste the power of my race's Heaven Art. Heaven Art was the cultivation method of the Sky Race. Their cultivation method had unfathomable power, and it was even more mysterious and powerful than the spells of the human race. Inside the profound Yang Palace, battles and killings were constantly happening. Similarly, outside the profound Yang Palace, in the myriad ancient sacred city outside the profound Yang world, killings were happening all the time. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed since they entered the profound Yang Palace. Chu Mu's primordial spirit was refined by the pure Yang Qi and became even more condensed. Even his god's soul became stronger. His 2 sword souls also became more condensed. His vitality was stronger. His physique was stronger, and the divine wilderness sword essence was purer. What it brought was an increase in strength. The foundation of the 9th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm would be more stable, and it would be more helpful for him to break through to the eternal realm in the future. The profound Yang Palace was indeed huge, but it still had its limits. 8 days later, everyone began to venture deeper into the core of the profound Yang Palace. Chu Mu had encountered a dead end. Beneath his feet was a corridor, and in front of him was a wall. There was no door, so there was no way out. Even when he used the extreme slashing sword style, he was unable to move the wall at all. At this time, they had to return as soon as possible and find another path. Otherwise, they would fall behind the others. Basically, everyone who encountered a dead end in the profound Yang Palace would do this. Just as Chu Mu was about to turn around and leave, his gaze swept across the wall in front of him, and he suddenly paused. The wall looked very ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. At least, that was how it looked to most people. However, when Chu Mu glanced at it, he found something unusual that was worth his attention. The color of the walls was light red, which was the main color of the profound Yang Palace. However, there were faint traces on the wall. If it wasn't for his outstanding eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed it. However, Chu Mu's attention was attracted by the faint traces. If one looked carefully, one would discover a faint golden luster flickering within the traces. There was a peculiar fluctuation left behind. It was very weak, but it had a tenacity that lasted for a long time. As he looked, Chu Mu's eyes lit up. The traces were sword scars. The seemingly messy marks were as if someone had once wielded a sword and randomly slashed at the wall. However, Chu Mu felt that there was another mystery within the seemingly messy sword marks. Turning around, Chu Mu stood in front of the wall and looked at it with rapt attention. The more he looked, the more profound the feeling became. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that it was getting more and more profound. It was as if there was a layer of mist that prevented him from seeing the truth. There should be a sword art in these messy sword scars. The extra sword scars are just concealing that sword art, Chu Mu thought. As he looked, he suddenly felt that many of those sword scars were very familiar. His eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Mu discovered that most of the sword scars were sword arts that he had comprehended before. They were the sword arts that were carved on the walls of the corridor and the side hall. After seeing this, Chu Mu immediately started to distinguish them. The sword scars on the wall were very messy. They were marks left behind by the sword moves of many different sword arts. There wasn't the slightest pattern. There was only one way to distinguish them one by one, and that was to be very familiar with the sword arts. Damn it, this is already the third dead end we've encountered. Attack blasted open with brute force. The group of oceanic race experts immediately attacked. Tyrannical sea arts blasted out and hit the wall, creating loud gentian sounds. Is there no entrance? A human saint expert frowned. This was the fifth dead end he had encountered. Why do the scars on the wall give me a familiar feeling? Ao Zhenheng stared at the sword scars on the wall in front of him and frowned. He was different from Chu Mu. He had only memorized a few sword arts. On the other hand, Chu Mu had memorized all the sword arts that he had seen and comprehended their essence. He hadn't completely grasped the essence of a few sword arts. Naturally, he only felt that it was a little familiar, but he couldn't really distinguish it. Dead end, dead end, dead end, without exception. All of them were dead ends. Those who had entered the profound Yang Palace and were still alive had basically encountered a dead end. Similarly, there was a wall with crisscrossing sword scars on it. Some people tried to comprehend the sword scars on it, while others turned around and left to find another way out. But regardless of whether they continued to search for a way out or comprehend the sword scars, they couldn't find a way out. Most of the people who entered here weren't sword cultivators. They didn't have a passion for sword arts. Only those sword cultivators would pay more attention to the sword arts on the wall. However, they were only like Ao Zhenheng. They paid attention at the beginning, memorized, and learned. In the end, they realized that the sword arts recorded on the wall were very ordinary. Every sword saint, even the most ordinary sword saint, would at least cultivate a heaven-class sword art. The sword arts on the wall of the profound Yang Palace were mostly yellow class and profound class. There were a few earth-class sword arts that couldn't arouse their interest. Now, most of the sword cultivators were immersed in comprehending and couldn't extricate themselves. They could also see that the sword scars on the wall contained sword arts. Some sword scars gave them a familiar feeling, while some sword scars were unfamiliar. They could only rely on their rich accumulation of sword arts and a little familiarity to analyze them, which was very inefficient. One sword art after another was analyzed by Chu Mu. With his powerful memory, he directly memorized the sword scars on the wall in a three-dimensional manner. In his spiritual world, a wall constructed with spiritual power floated. The sword scars on it were very clear, no different from the wall outside. As Chu Mu continuously analyzed the sword arts that he had comprehended, the sword scars on the wall disappeared one by one, leaving behind more and more sword scars. When Chu Mu finished analyzing the 20-odd sword arts that he had comprehended in the profound Yang Palace, there were only a few dozen sword scars left on the wall in his spiritual world. These sword scars were left behind by Chu Mu's unfamiliar sword arts. He had a premonition that the real challenge had begun. Previously, some of the sword arts only had 7 or 8 sword scars, while the most had less than a dozen. Now, there were nearly 100 sword scars left behind. The more sword scars there were, the more complicated the sword art was. The sword art on the wall was at least a heaven rank sword art. As for which grade it was at, Chu Mu estimated that it was at least mid-stage heaven rank or even higher. If it were in the past, a heaven rank sword art would have been enough to excite Chu Mu. But now, as he had embarked on the path of creating his own sword art, a heaven rank sword art could only be described as trivial. However, it did not stop Chu Mu from adding bricks and tiles to his sword Dao. With his powerful perception and astonishing attainments in the sword Dao, it was not difficult for Chu Mu to comprehend the nearly 100 sword scars in front of him. Soon he saw the profoundness within. Chu Mu also realized that the 20-odd sword arts that he had previously comprehended from the great, profound Yang Sword Palace seemed to be of great help to him in comprehending this sword art. It felt as if the 20-odd sword arts from before were actually a split of the sword art in front of him. Under all these conditions, if Chu Mu was still unable to comprehend the heaven rank sword art on the wall, it could only mean that he was too inferior. One had to know that other sword saints did not have such an advantage. Although the nearly 100 sword scars were still in a mess, Chu Mu was able to sort them out clearly. Move after move of the sword art was analyzed and comprehended by him. Chu Mu pulled out the heaven-slaying sword and swung it in front of the wall. It was more intuitive. There were a total of 9 moves. 9 moves were performed without any pressure under Chu Mu's sword. One had to know that a top-notch sword art like the god-slaying sword style was much more profound than a heaven-rank sword art. Not long after, a complete sword technique was cast under Chu Mu's sword. After comprehending the last sword art on the wall, Chu Mu naturally knew the name of this sword art. Great Profound Yang Sword Art. This was one of the Great Profound Yang Sword Palace's core sword arts. It was a sword art that had reached the high grade of the heaven rank and possessed extremely terrifying power. Chu Mu had the thought of trying out the power of the Great Profound Yang Sword Art. Therefore, he slashed out with his sword light. It was like a blazing sun rising into the sky, illuminating everything and stirring the pure yang qi in all directions. The sun-red sword light directly slashed at the wall. He executed move after move. All 9 moves struck the wall, but the wall remained motionless. At this moment, a red light shot out and enveloped Chu Mu. Chapter 1525. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu disappeared. Fortunately, the clan was prepared. In front of a wall, a celestial youth muttered to himself. His body emitted a translucent, milky white luster, exuding a divine aura. His eyes gradually changed. 2 dots of light flickered as they landed on the wall in front of him and swept past it. After activating the divine heart, Dao Lin will enter the divine realm. The sword technique on the wall will definitely be deciphered quickly, another celestial youth said. The divine heart was an extremely important secret treasure of the celestial race. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Normally, it would not be used. Only important figures of the celestial race were qualified to use it. The celestial youth who was using the divine heart was one of the celestial race's monstrous geniuses. He had an extraordinary status in the celestial race. The celestial race only had one surname, Tian. After the surname was the word of seniority, such as Dao, and finally one's name, such as Lin. Tian Dao Lin was the name of the Dao generation of the celestial race. In the divine realm, Tian Dao Lin entered an indescribable state. It was as if his Yuan spirit had left his body, freely traveling through the entire profound Yang Palace. He sensed and remembered the sword technique on the wall, analyzing and comparing it with the sword marks on the wall in front of him. In a momentary daze, Chumu clearly saw his surroundings. In a very spacious place, there was only a stone stele in the middle. It was shaped like a sword and pointed straight to the sky. It had a mighty, upright, and righteous aura that no evil could invade. On this pure red, sword-shaped stone stele, 2 large characters were deeply engraved, as if they were an eternal imprint. These 2 large characters were extremely ancient. They were not modern characters, but ancient characters. Chu Mu carefully examined them and vaguely recognized them as the words boundary stele. The characters of the present day were inextricably linked to the ancient characters. It could be said that the characters of the present day did not appear out of thin air, but were born from the ancient characters. Therefore, the characters looked more or less similar, just that some characters had more similarities than others. The word boundary on the boundary stele had a 40% similarity between the ancient and modern words, making it easier to distinguish. The word stele was less than 20% similar, but Chu Mu was able to deduce it from the word boundary. Boundary stele. Chu Mu's eyes were very, very bright, and his breathing became rapid. Originally, he didn't have much hope in competing for the boundary stele. He just wanted to fight for it if he could and give up if he couldn't. After all, he was too weak to fight against those mid-level and high-level martial saints. Who would have thought that he would actually arrive before the boundary stele? From the looks of it, he was the first one. Firstly, it meant that he was very likely to refine the boundary stele and control the profound sun realm, becoming the master of the profound sun realm. This change made Chu Mu's heart beat several times faster. The blood in his body surged like the water of a great river, flowing endlessly. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu felt his body brimming with energy as he strode toward the boundary stele. The excitement in his heart gradually calmed down. Chu Mu's thoughts started to operate, and he gradually understood something. It turned out that there was a test from the moment he entered the profound sun palace. And the test was the sword techniques on the walls of the corridor and the side hall. Only by grasping the 20 sword techniques on the wall and reaching a dead end would he be able to better comprehend the great profound sun sword and obtain the opportunity to come into contact with the boundary stele. It had to be said that the method set up by the great profound sun sword palace was very simple, but it was also very difficult. How many people would pay special attention to the sword techniques on the wall? There would definitely be more than one. But the problem was that after paying attention a few times, they would realize that the sword techniques on the wall were very low level and wouldn't be of much help to them. Then they would pay less attention to them. In addition, the temptation of the pure yang stone and other treasures would distract them, making them even less concerned about the sword techniques on the wall. What was the great profound sun sword palace? From its name, it could be seen that it was a sword sect. A sword sect would naturally be proficient in sword techniques, so it was reasonable for them to set up such a test. This was something that no one had thought of. No matter how intelligent they were, they wouldn't have thought of this point. Only when they realized it did they realize that they were one step too late. After Chu Mu thought of this point, he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he had outstanding perception and memory. Fortunately, he had superb attainments in the sword Dao. Fortunately, he was walking on the path of creating his own sword technique, which required more accumulation. No matter what, he was now the first person to enter this place, the first person to see the boundary steel, and also the first person to come into contact with the boundary steel. Although he was very happy, Chu-Mu didn't dare to get carried away. He didn't know if there would be others who would enter this place. After all, there were many hidden methods. Perhaps someone could break through the profound Sun Palace's test and enter this place. Therefore, he had to make the best use of his time and refine the boundary steel as soon as possible. When he arrived in front of the boundary steel seemed to be defenseless. Chu-Mu's spiritual energy enveloped it, and the divine wilderness sword energy was injected into the boundary steel to begin the refining process. At the beginning, Chu-Mu discovered that refining the boundary steel wasn't easy. It could even be said to be very difficult. After all, refining the boundary steel was equivalent to controlling the entire profound sun realm. This was a small realm, so how could it be so easy to control? It would take some time. Chu-Mu took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and started refining the boundary steel. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. In half an hour, Chu-Mu had only refined about 10% of the boundary steel. He could clearly feel that after refining 10%, it would be harder to refine the boundary steel. In other words, it would take more than half an hour to go from 10% to 20%. At this moment, another figure appeared in the boundary steel hall. There's actually someone who entered earlier than me. Tian Daolin's gaze swept across, and his pupils instantly contracted. He forced out a sharp needle-like light that pierced through the void and landed on Chu-Mu, who was refining the boundary steel. In an instant, Chu-Mu felt a chill all over his body. In an instant, Chu-Mu retracted his hand and gave up on refining the boundary steel. He turned around and looked at the source of the gaze. His pupils contracted. Sky race. Human, get out. Tian Daolin's tone was high and mighty, as if an emperor was giving an order. Let's decide the victor, Chu-Mu said indifferently. He took a step forward and ran like a cheetah towards Heavenly Tao Descends. Heavenly Slash sword instantly blossomed with a shocking cold light that sliced through the air. With an incomparably fierce stance, it slashed towards Heavenly Tao Descends. This sword had no name, but it contained the essence of the sever word art. Because he had comprehended the true meaning of sever, and because he had condensed his primordial spirit, Chu-Mu had completely grasped the four sword moves of the sever word art. What he lacked now was time. He had enough time to create his own sever word art. Tian Daolin was slightly startled. He immediately revealed a sneer and pointed his finger at Chu-Mu. With a slight tremble, he tapped on the void. In an instant, a white starlight flashed across his fingertip. It seemed to spread out a circle of ripples. With a whoosh, a white light shot out. There were no shocking fluctuations, no terrifying aura, but Chu-Mu felt his hair stand on end. That finger, that white ray, contained an incomparably terrifying power. You're strong, but I'm not weak either. With a slash of his sword, the sword light collided with the white ray. A terrifying power surged. Chu-Mu only felt the sword in his hand tremble and almost flew out of his hand. His entire body was also sent flying by a huge force. The white ray also shattered under Chu-Mu's sword light. To be able to block my finger, you have the qualifications to make me look at you seriously, Tian Daolin said calmly. Then he waved his hands and shouted, Heaven Art, 100 Flows Burial. 100 Flows Burial was a very practical move among the heaven race's heaven arts. 100 streams of air appeared and shot towards Chu-Mu at an astonishing speed. Chu-Mu, who was sent flying, suddenly turned in midair. Like a swallow returning, he drew a perfect arc. Not only did he avoid 100 Flows Burial's attack, but he also used an even faster speed to attack Tian Daolin. Chu-Mu was best at close combat. In a long-distance battle, he couldn't fully display his strength. On the contrary, the heaven race's heaven race were better at long distance. Of course, there were also some close combat heaven arts. With a slash of his sword, over 100 sword light tore through the sky. They were densely packed together like a storm. Accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, they shot towards Tian Daolin with terrifying might. Chu Mu's cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th heavens of Nirvana realm. Tian Daolin's cultivation base was higher than Chu Mu's. He was at the middle, 1st heavens of Eternal Realm. In truth, Tian Daolin had broken through from the early 1st heavens of Eternal Realm to the middle 1st heavens of Eternal Realm in the ancient sacred city. A small breakthrough didn't give him many benefits. At the middle 1st heavens of Eternal Realm, Tian Daolin could easily kill an ordinary 3rd heavens of Eternal Realm. His strength was terrifying. Even an ordinary late 3-star saint wouldn't necessarily be his match. Chu Mu's cultivation base wasn't as high as Tian Daolin's, but he was also extremely strong. Even a 3-star saint from the sea serpent race had fallen to his sword. The first battle between the human race's monstrous genius and the heaven race's monstrous genius had begun. Over 100 sword light surged with wind and thunder. Tian Daolin's figure was sliced into pieces. Those were just afterimages. His real body had appeared on the other side at some point, surrounded by streams of white energy. Each stream of white energy emitted a faint holy chi. Heaven art, 1,000 burial. Tian Daolin pointed his finger. Over 1,000 streams of white energy shot towards Chu Mu. Their power was 10 times stronger than 100 burials. 1,000 burial was an upgrade of 100 burial. It was more profound and stronger. It was also the representative of heaven arts. Facing 100 flow burials pressure was completely different from facing 1,000 flow burials pressure. Chu Mu sucked in a breath, and his figure was hit by 1,000 flow burials airflow, shattering into pieces. However, Heavenly Daolin didn't have any joy of victory. Instead, he frowned.